Alrighty, well, it's always the start of a wonderful day when there's an OBS update. Always, always, always click no on the morning of a show. You gonna update your OBS? No, not right now, thanks. I'll do that later. I didn't do that, and they changed a bunch of things. So they changed the audio mixer. most importantly, the thing that I screw up the most with my show is the thing that they updated. Always like to give a shout out to OBS, the team of volunteers that work on OBS to make it better for all streamers is amazing. That was one of the things I really hated about NVIDIA when they bought Streamlabs. They then started, like, Streamlabs is great. Streamlabs to OBS is like Filmora to video editing. Streamlabs is a great starting point for streamers who don't want to go through a lot of hassle, a lot of problems of getting their stream looking good, their stream set up. Because OBS can be a little daunting, especially when you have to start, installing scripts, because you want to run certain things. Like you want to be able to do the John Madden on the screen. It's not hard to do, but not all those things are available for OBS. It's also interesting, every single time, excuse me, every single day I go live on Kick. Within 10 seconds of going live on Kick, I get one of these messages. And it's actually quite funny because there is a wonderful bot called SiriBot, and the developer only develops it for Twitch. And some people have given him shit because he won't develop it for Kick. And the developer has said SiriBot will never be on Kick because Kick doesn't want to make Kick a safer platform. This is not my opinion. This is their opinion. This is the creator of SiriBot's opinion. There's a difference between having bad actors and a platform that courts bad actors. Every platform will have bad apples. Not every platform offers them exclusivity deals and safe havens. And then somebody basically said to the creator of SiriBot, "You're just a Twitch fanboy." And he said, "Twitch has plenty of its own problems. This is not about lending my work. This is about not lending my work to a platform whose values conflict with the reason I built SiriBot." That developer is a person to be respected, because there's an awful lot of people who don't have values and ethics and morals. All they care about is money. And in some way, shape, and form, as a capitalist, I respect the people who are just in it for the hustle. I respect people that are just in it for the money. I respect that, because the society that we live in is set up to be money driven first. I have two friends, and I wish I had taken my streaming more seriously. If I could go back in time 7 years ago, take my content creation more seriously so that I could take care of other people. I have a friend who's literally on the precipice of unaliving themselves again because they're sick. They have a job so they can make money to go to the doctor. But because they make money to go to the doctor, they no longer qualify for Medicaid. So they have insurance through their job, but they're sick, so all their money goes to their doctor's appointments. And the person literally said to me the other day, they have a deal with me. They send me their number on a scale of 1 to 10 of where they are every day. And the person literally said, I don't see a solution. I'm exhausted. I can't afford my insurance co-payments and prescriptions. I feel useless, disconnected from myself and the world. I don't see a point, and plus how the world is today anyway. What the fuck is wrong with our society that we aren't set up to take care of, that person. Like, that should be an immediate, like, I should have been able to call a number yesterday and talk to somebody and say, hey, I'm making an anonymous report for my friend who is reporting being at a 2 out of 10 and has told me they're not planning yet, but this person has previously attempted to unalive themselves, and I think we need to intervene in this person's life. Like, I get the capitalism hustle, I really do. I take medication. Without medication, without my medication, I won't die right away. Without my medication, I'll be shortening my lifespan. I need my medication every day. I will need my medication every day. My doctor sends in my prescription at the beginning of every year. Every year, my one doctor sends in my 2 prescriptions to Express Scripts. And Express Scripts yelled at me because I didn't go in and approve and authorize those medications. I'm the fucking patient. I take what my doctor tells me to take. I have to go in and approve and accept the medication, and then I have to approve and accept the automatic refills. Because their policy is, we don't want to be sending you medications that you no longer need. I had to deal with these assholes on the phone a while back. They said they sent me a med that I never got. And I'm on the phone with them and I'm like, guys, I'm literally looking at an empty bottle of pills. They said, well, we sent it to you. I said, well, I never got it. And they said, well, then what their excuse was, well, then this isn't a, we didn't fill the medication. This is a, it was stolen or mislost by the mail. I said, how would I have known you even sent it to me? They said, on your explanation of benefits. The thing that's in the bag, because I said to him, my explanation of benefits comes in the bag with the medication. And they were like, well, no, the other one. What the fuck other one? They said, the one we emailed to you. I said, I don't get that. She says, yes, you do. Everybody gets it. And I got on my computer. I said, I don't know where in the blue fuck you're sending it to, but it's not coming to me. So I guess let's fix this problem first, and then maybe we can fix the problem of you're not sending me my meds. So she goes in and she's like, yeah, it's going to the email of, oh, the email field is blank. How have you been getting meds? Then she had the audacity to say to me, there's no way we've been sending you meds if there's no email in this field, because your email is how you get your account. I said, my email isn't how I got my account. I use my DS login. And she's like, that's not possible. I'm like, you know what? Can you just give me a supervisor? Because you clearly don't know how to fuck your own system works. So at that company, when you ask for the supervisor, the call center person has to stay on the call. I didn't know that. So supervisor picks up. I said, hi, my name's Jalan. I'm a retired captain, blah, blah, blah. I said, I got 2 problems now. 1, my meds are missing. I don't have them. I need them expedited. Number 2, I'm being told that I'm not logging into your system the way I'm logging into your system. Supervisor's like, well, how are you logging in? I said, oh, I use my DS consolidated single sign-on. I go through. And they said, yeah, we don't know how that works. We inherited it from the other people. This is how we are taking care of our veterans, because we sell off the right to handle their health care to the lowest fucking bidder who doesn't understand, whose management level of people don't understand how somebody might be logging in. So of course the supervisor was like, well, yeah, they shouldn't have yelled at you. All they should have done was put your email address in. I said, well, they didn't. The manager was like, well, we need to look into things, this, that, the other. Then they get a pharmacist on the phone, and the pharmacist, I swear to God, this is what the pharmacist says. It's not going to be that big of a deal if you don't have this particular medication for a couple of days. I said to the pharmacist, I said, do you have any idea why I'm taking this medication? The pharmacist says no. I said, I'm taking amitriptyline for the nerve pain in my hands and my feet. I said, yes, it's going to be a big fucking deal because I've already been on a half dose and my hands and feet are already killing me to the point where I'm miserable. And this motherfucker's first response was like, well, it can't be that bad. I said to the supervisor, I said, get him the fuck off the line before I go donkey balls. To get him off the line. I'm in pain. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm in pain. I'm a recovered addict. I can't have pain pills. And you're telling me the pain's not going to be bad. Dude, it's nerve pain. It's like the biopsy I had on the bottom of my foot. Hurt the day of, hurt the day after. Gradually got better every day. Not a huge deal. Would I've liked to have had some Percocet or Vicodin on the first day? If I wasn't an addict, yeah. 2 or 3 Percocet, 5 pain pills would have been okay. A big, like, dime to quarter size hole in the bottom of my foot. No cancer, by the way. That's great. Yeah, nerve pain is extreme because there's no blocking out nerve. It's why tooth pain. It's why you'll see some people that are in mouth pain. They're crawling out of their skin because there ain't no pain like direct nerve pain. It's not like you can soften it. Like you got a strained muscle. You can massage it. You can work it out. Nerve pain is a whole different level. But we don't take care of our veterans. The other person I'm trying to take care of, try to help, they got, this was a really stupid situation. So what was supposed to happen for them is, and this is like 15, 16 years ago, their data separation from the military was in December. But during a particular era of the military, we didn't know how we were going to handle certain types of separations. So this person, and I've seen this done, so I was familiar with how this happened. Hi, buddy. No, you can't go in and harass my cat. I'm sorry. This person separated in December, but their contract went out until March. Now, this isn't a common thing to happen in the military. This is actually a really rare thing that happens. But sometimes what they do is they do a contract buyout. So what they do is on your separation day, they give you all the monies that you would have been owed. All your BAH, all your BAS, all your pay. And they give it to you all on your separation day. Again, not common, but in certain situations, this is what the military does. Well, they got approximately $10,000 for this. We're just going to call it 10 grand. Make it nice and simple. Well, we're going to say December 15th is their SEP date. Well, the VA took about a year, and this is how it used to be. Thank God they fixed this. The VA took about a year getting them set up. The VA was only supposed to pick them up from 1 April because they'd already received this 10 grand. Now, I want you to keep this in mind. This is a full year later. The VA was supposed to pick them up back pay to 1 April, give them a lump sum, and then move forward. The VA accidentally went all the way back to December of the previous year, which means this person technically they didn't get 10 grand from the VA. They got about 7,600. But because the VA paid you for that range, they have to now collect the money that you were given. What the fuck did you want the veteran to survive on for 15 months? You gave the veteran $10,000 to survive 15 months. That dog don't hunt. So now this veteran was told they're not getting March, they're not getting April, they're not getting May, they're not getting June, and they're getting $600 less in July. So the veteran called them again yesterday and said, hey, you might as well just come to my house and fucking shoot me, because you're gonna make me homeless. You're gonna make my kids homeless. They're like, well, you have other means. The veteran is like, what the fuck other means do I have? They're like, well, the veteran's like, this money is what I live on because I can't work. She can't work. She can't hold down a job. She needs intensive psychotherapy. They're like, well, you need to call this other department and talk to them about a payment plan. She calls the other department. You can't talk to us. You need to put it in writing. No wonder why so many veterans hang up the phone, go to the gun safe, pull out the gun and shoot themselves. Like, no wonder why we lose so many veterans to suicide. This particular veteran should be considered a success story. They got fucked up in the military. They salvaged a life. They put their life together. They're living their life, and now you're going to decide to arbitrarily not pay them for 4 months. Well, it's money that we're owed from 15 fucking years ago. If you need to take it back, take it back. Take it back $200 at a time. Like, I could understand putting a little pinch on a person, but take all their money for 4 months? What happened to compassion? What happened to empathy? What happened to treat one another as I have treated you? No one knows how much pain another person is feeling or can feel. That's why medical personnel ask you to put it on a scale. Yeah, medical personnel do ask you to put it on a scale. But what I will tell you is a lot of people will say a 10. And that causes problems, because if you go into the doctor's office and you're able to walk and you tell your doctor you're in a 10 pain scale, your doctor has to treat you as drug seeking. Like, if you've ever been in worse pain in your life, that was your 10. Always make sure you're articulating to the doctor, but like, I've been in worse pain than this before, but this is uncomfortable, unreasonable, unbearable. Did you drive yourself to the ER? Yes. Did you walk to the doc? Did you walk into the room? Yes. You're not in unbearable pain. You might be on reasonable pain. I can't function this way. Uncomfortable pain. Could you go about your day and do what you're doing? Yes. Would you like it? No. That's uncomfortable pain. Can you go about and do what you need to do? I can do the tasks I have to do. Like yesterday, I had to give myself I'm all fucked up on sleep right now. I stayed up way too late one night, and so I skipped a day in my mind. Last night I had to give myself my shot, and I should show you guys one of these fucking needles. I'm like, what am I, a horse now? Fucking needles like that long. I shit you not. Fucking hit my thigh bone yesterday when I jabbed myself. Like, motherfucker. I couldn't get out of bed. If the doctor said, how much pain are you in? I can't go down the stairs. What do you mean you can't? I literally can't go down the stairs. I can't bear the weight on my leg, because I hurt the fuck out of myself with my shot. Like, said to my wife, because I fucked up the sleep. I slept twice on the same day. Said, could you take the trash out for me? Trash is my job. She was taking care of it. She came back to me and she's like, you dumbass, it's still Tuesday. I was like, oh, okay. Let's see. My cousin told me something very eye-opening. He said American people have only two imminent threats: the U.S. government and other eminent people. Let me say, let me say I agree with this statement right here. This is what's wrong with our government. This is what's wrong with our political space right now. Hey, buddy. By the way, side note, good news. This guy This is Loki. He's another rescue. He is sick, but he does not have leukemia, which is a really good thing because I was not looking forward to paying like $500 to test the whole herd of cats. He's doing okay though. His doctor's gonna prescribe him some meds. Doing okay? You're such a dapper boy. You used to wear a bow tie. Then we took all the collars off the baby. He used to wear a wonderful little bow tie. Yeah, you did. Good boy. This is what is wrong with our country. The War Powers Act was used in order to go to war with Iran. The War Powers Act specifically says the President of the United States can use the powers as commander-in-chief without a formal declaration of war if he is going to stop an immediate and emergent threat to the United States, and he doesn't have time to wait for Congress to give him a declaration of war. They wrote this based on one email that was sent to local law enforcement in California about a single unverified tip. The email even states the tip was based on unverified intelligence, yet ABC News left out this critical fact. Why? To be clear, no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did. Why are we at war with Iran? Why? If there was no such threat to America, now I know somebody's going to turn around and they're going to say, well, they could have attacked our embassies. Well, they are attacking our embassies, and our embassies are not foreign soil. A key piece of doctrine regarding the embassies is the embassy is considered sovereign U.S. soil, as the same as if that embassy was located in Texas or Illinois or Alabama. But the press secretary says no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did. Then why the fuck are we at war with Iran? There are only two imminent threats to the U.S. The U.S. government and other American people. Now, didn't Iran admit to having 60% enriched uranium and they don't threaten to kill us all the time? No. Actually, I don't believe they have uranium even enriched to that number. And yeah, man, they chant death to America all the time. And what? If they don't have a delivery system, what people have to realize is North Korea has nukes. North Korea doesn't have oil. We know North Korea has nukes. South Korea is our ally. The flight time for a missile fired into the South Korean capital is 60 seconds. Why aren't we up there? Now, yes, they produced and stockpiled uranium enriched to 60% purity. You don't need to look it up. That's true. That's a fact. That level is above civilian need, but it's not quite weapons grade yet. Now, in order to be a viable nuclear weapon, you need to be about 90%. You can't get there with the type of enrichment facilities Iran has. No, 90%. To be a viable nuclear weapon, a viable nuclear warhead, shit, any level of enriched uranium creates a briefcase dirty bomb. Now, somebody said, how is this still a conversation? Because it's what I do. It's known Trump got swindled by Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't call him Bibi. You shouldn't either. You're not friends with him. You're not, call him by his actual name. And needs people to stop looking at Epstein files. I'll agree with that. I'll agree. It is a big part of it that we are doing this because we need people to stop looking at the Epstein files. I'm not going to take the time and spell out his name. Okay, then why? If you're not going to take the time to actually spell out a political leader's name, why are you on Twitch having a conversation in a text-based format? It's objectively better to go to war than all the people running the economy to be exposed as baby-eating humans. I agree with you there. I do agree with you there. It is the smarter play. It's one dude who's a puppet. Right. But if you want to be taken seriously, be serious about it. I think you're making really, really good points. Your points are really, really good. Your presentation of those points are going to cost you. You obviously care enough to be on Twitch to be talking about it, which is great, which is awesome. I appreciate that. But put it in a package that people are going to listen to the actual message, not the presentation of the message. Because you are right. This right here, this right here is exactly what the problem is. We can't afford for our country to have all the key people exposed. Because keep in mind, you have an awful lot of powerful people in the Epstein files. You have an awful lot of powerful people documented on Epstein's Island. But here's what's terrible about it. All those leaders could get exposed and they all leave their positions of power, and the backfill people aren't any fucking better. The people doing the backfill are just as bad. We know we have sex trafficking, human trafficking in America. We know we have this problem. We know we have sex trafficking to such a level that in the airports, every stall door has a warning about human trafficking. Every hospital that I've been at recently has the two colored pens in the urinalysis room. If you're being human trafficked, put your initials in red. If you're fine and this is an ordinary day for you, put your initials in black. These are all smart ideas. These are all really, really smart ideas. But then our country, the people of our country want to simultaneously complain about how bad their lot in life is, but then they don't want to allow all the undocumented immigrants to be deported. Now notice, I didn't say all the immigrants. We have all the documented immigrants, and we have all the undocumented immigrants. And then, well, let me do it this way. We have documented immigrants, we have undocumented immigrants, and we have illegal aliens. These people are okay. They went through the process. These people are not okay. They went through the process and they overstayed. These people never went through the process at all. And you have Americans saying all three of these groups of people can stay. Let me tell you what happens when you remove 4% of an economy out of the economy, right? Appreciate the subscribe. There's 11.99 million of these. Combined, there's 49.5 million of these. And I should say there's at least this many of these. Here's the problem. If you commit a crime and you aren't a citizen, you should be deported. That's the biggest target. Right. This right here. If you commit a crime and you aren't a citizen, you should be deported. Now explain that to the governors of all the sanctuary states and the mayors of all the sanctuary cities. Because we're not trying to get rid of these people. We're trying to get rid of some of these people and some of these people. These people, sure, some of those people commit crimes. And we should get rid of them. But we should get rid of all of these people. If you took out 12 million people out of the economy, there'd be more housing available. Prices would go down. There'd be jobs available. Now, just because there's jobs available doesn't mean Americans are going to take those jobs. But we've made it so hostile to come here and work. Some of the migrant workers that usually come here for 6 months at a time, they won't come here anymore. And I know the immediate kickback what some people are going to say is, well, if they would pay better wages for the jobs, Americans would do them. We already know that's false. We already know that's not true. California orchards are paying people $15 an hour to pick fruit. One guy said he had a whole bunch of people come out that day to work. After lunch, most of them left. They only could do the job for 4 hours, and then they quit. $15 an hour isn't enough to do this job. Okay. Well, how much the fuck do you want your apple to be then? $15 is nothing. No, $15 isn't nothing. That's what we have to stop. Let me tell you, where I live, you live great on $15 an hour. As long as you're working full-time hours, you live great down here in Southern Illinois at $15 an hour. Three-bedroom apartment. The utilities are never more than this. The internet is never more than that, right? To know that your housing is all taken care of on 1225, Southern Illinois. I'll pick fruit for $20 an hour, 12 hours, easy. Yeah. So here's the thing. This is for a 3-bedroom. Yes, not only does the cost of living vary from state to state, the cost of living varies inside of the state. That's where people are forgetting. They talk about these dollar amounts. Bernie Sanders in this, we're going to have a $15 an hour national minimum wage. Why? It doesn't, you got to let the states figure out what works for the states. Like, just take my state. $15 an hour, as long as you're, well, let's go in a little closer. $15 an hour, as long as you're in and around this area and in and around this area, 15 an hour, you'll live fine on 15 an hour. Right now, the minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. That you can't be paid less than that. But 30 out of the 50 states have minimum wages above that. Why is my map suddenly telling me no? But anyway, but you come up here and you're trying to live in this area. This area? No, you can't even live in this area on $20 an hour. You want to live in the greater Chicago Metroplex area? Not there. Did I go all the way down to Joliet? 15? Yeah, not there. But let me redo this. You want to live in this area? You're looking at $25 an hour or more to be able to live a comfortable life up there. Why? It's a major metropolis. So people are talking about $15 an hour is nothing, but $15 an hour is enough to live well in an awful lot of places. but it's not enough to live in other places. So, but we're having these conversations over and over and over about we need more money. More money leads to more inflation. And yet nobody's talking about that. I saw somebody say, the economy issue is so damn complex, it really isn't as simple as just how much I make an hour and where I live. There is so much more to the rise of expenses than the black and white example. No, it's really not. Unfortunately, the economy issue isn't so... How much you make and where you live is all you need to know. Yes, you are correct. There are a lot of things that impacts why my cost of living is higher than a very similar location. But like, for example, you live in one place and it has good mass transit and another place doesn't. That's going to be a big impact on if $15 an hour is enough for you. Maybe spend a bit less on wars and more on people. The problem with that is if we spent less on wars and more on people, then all of Europe would still be speaking German. Big parts of China would be speaking Japanese. If we spent less on war, Russia would have already won in the Ukraine by now. Because remember, it's our technology over there that's stopping the Russian advance. Now, it's a lot of their own technology. They've done Ukraine has done amazing things with drones, but without the Patriot missile systems. So $1 billion a day in Iran is a good thing? No, Iran is a little bit different of a story. Iran is a very small part. Well, now that we're at about 100 billion invested in Iran, it's not a small part of our military budget. Especially, and I'm going to get to that. I'll just move into that now because our allies are telling us to fuck off. That's how you know Donald Trump is terrible at his job. It's not even close, dude. Say you have a kid. Amazingly, I've had 5 of them and I have grandchildren. I have a kid. Nowadays, it costs more for daycare than most jobs can pay. That is different. Healthcare costs an insanely more amount with insurance companies not actually helping people. I can go on forever. Right. But what you can go on is with singletons. See, what your problem is you've forgotten a really important thing called choice. You chose to have a kid. Singletons. This is the system. And then when you want to talk about an individual situation, that's called a singleton. Like, not everybody has a kid. Not everybody had a kid at 17. Not everybody had a kid at 22. So we talk about this is how the economy works. But then you say something like, well, what about people with kids? I say, okay, now you're talking about a singleton. You're talking about an individual case. The single mom of 3 kids. Okay, we can talk about the single mom with 3 kids. I'd like to get some more details though. Single mom, 3 kids. Why is she a single mom? Is she a widower? That tells a story. Not many families can afford a family with 1 job anymore like your parents did. First of all, let me stop you for a second. Let me stop you so that you can learn how to have a polite conversation. Why did you just specifically say like your parents did without knowing the first fucking thing about me? Because you just made it personal. You don't know anything about me. So this is where your argument is now going to fall off. You don't know the first fucking thing about me, but you've said like your parents did. You've made it personal. You say, so it's objectively good or bad that it's harder for people to have a family. Well, why would I answer that question for you when you don't even know where my baseline is? So how can you say it's harder for people to have a family? No, you say don't take it personal, but you made it personal because you said like your parents did. A majority of America had one income back in the 70s. You are correct. A majority of America had one income back in the 70s up until 1971 through 1973 when the government made the decision to take us off of a hard currency and move us to a fiat currency. Some of those words you've probably never heard before. It's not about the income level if you're comparing back to the 60s and the 70s. You cannot do that because what you're doing is you're comparing two different versions of the game. We're going to say the cut line is 1973 just because it's when all systems were transferred over. Before this, we were a hard currency. After 1973, we were a fiat currency. Why did prices go up? Because demand went up. Why did demand go up? The availability of money went up. Why did the availability of money go up? Because in 1973, we went off of a hard currency, allowing banks and lending institutions to maintain a 90% fractional lending rate. So that's why when I say to people who talk about the 70s, stop talking about the 70s. Because the majority of people that had it easy in the 70s bought their house before the changeover when prices started to skyrocket. Also remember, there's a huge difference between 2020 and 1970. 1970, your house was expensive. 1970, your house was cheap. Your car was cheap-ish. Your luxuries were expensive. 2026, your house is hella expensive. Your car is moderately expensive. Your luxuries are cheap as fuck. Most American households have more TVs than they have people. 1970s, one TV in the house. One TV in the house, that was it. Because they were expensive as fuck. Technology has changed, society has changed. I'm okay with talking about how houses were. Your parents' house cost $15,000 in 1971. It's valued at $120,000 right now. Great point. Great talking point. No problem with it. That is a whole lot of fucking years that I can't do public math at the moment. That's 55 years of appreciation on an asset. That's to be expected. You expect a house price to go up. House prices go up based on the caliber of the neighborhood. House prices go down based on the caliber of the neighborhood. I don't think houses that were expensive in Detroit in 1971 are worth anything now. I don't even think they're there. The problem comes in. Look at the size of the houses from the 1970s to the sizes now. That's another huge problem. I remember my childhood home. My childhood home was small as shit. My childhood home was the old stock model 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, master bedroom, living room. This was like a shitty hallway. Kitchen, dining. This was it. That was my childhood home. My childhood home was maybe 1,300 or 1,400 square feet. The only reason why it was livable is my father had custom done the basement himself. He was a tradesman. He was friends with tradesmen. Bathroom was here. Bathroom, little tucked in the corner bathroom. There was a closet here. There's a shitty little hallway here. My dad did the basement, which gave us a second bathroom. And then my dad built an addition on the house, which created more space. But the average house, anywhere between 800 and about 1,600 square feet for a starter home in the 1970s. Now you have people buying 2,700 to 3,300 starter homes. I'm okay if we want to talk about what... What job did my mom have? My mom was a payroll executive. My mom managed payroll for 8,000 people. My dad was an operating engineer. That's why I said my parents had 2 jobs. I'm the youngest of 5 children. My dad had 4, my mom had 1. I am my dad's child. My dad got divorced. What would I consider a starter home? Why am I trying to make things up? Most low-skilled jobs just don't cut it anymore. The only people who can afford them... Wait. Did I miss something? Low-skilled jobs don't cut it anymore because low-skilled jobs were never designed to cut it. Let's throw that on there. Low-skilled jobs were never designed... Low-skilled jobs are not designed to be careers. Some low-skilled jobs have pathways to progression. This is what I mean. Who can afford a house other than people with... Oh, lots of people can't. Lots of people can't buy houses with low-skilled jobs because... Well, they claim they can't because they're not willing to look at where they can buy. What's a starter home? A starter home is usually a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, at least 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. There are homes that are 1-bedroom, 1-bath. Those aren't starter homes. They can be. But when you talk about the phrase starter home, you're usually talking about the family starter home. Like, where can you start raising a family? Now, can you start raising a family in a 1-bedroom as long as you have somewhere to put the crib? Yeah, absolutely. You can start in a 1-bedroom. Is it advantageous to start in a 1-bedroom? No. But at the end of the day, is it also advantageous to start having kids at 21, 22, 23, 24? No. Most people are forgetting parents are younger now than they used to be. Yes, we had single moms. We're not talking about single moms. We're talking about people when they chose to start a family. Most people were starting families later in life. It was very common because you had your feet under you. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the baby's name in the baby carriage. Right? Divorce rates in the 70s skyrocketed. Most didn't have to pay for healthcare. We kids were free range. When are we talking? I'm talking the 70s. People had kids later in life. They had their house. Couple is buying a house. What sort of job could they have where they can't afford it? Crab, a waitress and a retail clerk. Somebody being a waitress, somebody being a working at Foot Locker. They probably can't afford a house unless they're willing to commute about an hour. Because they have to, or 30 minutes or whatever the number is, they have to commute to where housing is available. It's just that simple. Because, like, for example, where I'm at, the mall is failing. We have a place called Fairview Heights. Everything was centered around the mall. The restaurants were around the mall. The movie theater was around the mall. Everything was around the mall. The mall is failing. The mall is on the verge of closing. The whole area around that is collapsing. There's more vacant stores than there are full stores. That whole area, the property value is dropping. A couple can move in together, split the bills, and save up a decent amount. I do. So the people that work those jobs expect to own a home. Yes, that's the problem. Somebody has told the apartment renting style people that their wage should afford them a home. They've never been able... Well, okay, so before 1973, any job you had afforded you a home. That's, I think, the piece that you're missing. Before the transition from the hard currency to the fiat currency, any job you had paid enough for you to buy a home. Now, we have jobs that will never afford you a home because you're not willing to go where the homes are available. You're not willing to buy a fixer-upper. You're not willing to do what I did. And I looked at, when I bought my second house, I looked at all the houses around. I bought the cheapest house in the nicest neighborhood I could afford. And then I remodeled it every weekend. Now, again, I don't not tell the story so people understand. My girlfriend at the time was Mexican-Irish. Oh no, I have a thing about Mexican-Irish girls. My girlfriend was Mexican-Irish. 7 weekends in a row, she got mad because we would have like dinner, I'd cook, but all day I'd be sanding something or plastering something or tiling something. She was getting mad. She's like, hey, look, we both have careers. I was a school teacher. She was a manager at a Radio Shack. She said, I'm getting tired of not doing anything on the weekends. I said, hey, I'm trying to make the house livable. I'm trying to make it so that when we decide that you're going to move in, you're not going to be moving into a shithole. You're going to be moving into a nice house. So Wednesday of this one particular week, she said to me, she says, how much do you have in the bank to do the house repairs? I said, I got a little under 10 grand. She said, make a list of all the things you want done. Give me your full list of all the things you're going to do to the house. So I wrote down all the things I'd planned on doing to the house. The backyard landscaping, the taking out the retaining wall, putting in flower beds, the front yard, taking out this bush, all these things, chopping down this tree, the gutters, all these things that had to get done. I wrote them all down. She said, okay. She took the list. She came back the next day. She's like, Saturday morning, have $9,800 in an envelope in cash. I was like, okay, I trust my girlfriend. We go out. We're gone for Saturday night. We're gone well late through Saturday night. When I got home, the house was done. The house was everything on my list was fucking done. The carpets were done. The tiling was done. The backsplash in the kitchen was finished. The deck was sanded and painted. The retaining wall was gone. Why? Because she got sick of not having weekends. So she went to her family who did all those things and said, hey, family, help me, help my boyfriend. And so my neighbors were like, yeah, you had like 30 guys at your house. Cool. The work is done. I would have spent the next 6 or 7 months doing a little bit of that every day. That's what people don't want to do now. People want to be able to buy a move-in ready house. They don't want to go to Lowe's and learn how to do tile. They don't want to watch YouTube videos on how to sand baseboards. They don't want to learn how to paint. If you being lazy is a trait of the rich. If you aren't rich enough to pay somebody to do the work for you, you have to figure out how to do the work. You can buy a shitty house in a good neighborhood, generally for cheap. And as long as you do all the outside cleanup work, that is not true at all. It is, you have to tell me what's not true at all. Because you said that's not true at all. The real problem has to be they have bad credit scores, aren't budgeting correctly, so they can't get a mortgage. No, crab, it's not. Here, the problem is, this is what the problem is. This is where they grew up. They grew up in this house, in this neighborhood. And this neighborhood, from the time they were born until the time they go to college, come back, whatever, this neighborhood is 18 to 22 years of appreciation. Okay? When you first get out of college, you are probably not going to be able to look at your old neighborhood and live there. Because it's established. They can't expect to live there. Yes, Crab, that is what nobody is telling them. That is where the failure in society has been. That has been what the problem is. Nobody is explaining to people it is unrealistic for you to think you're going to go to high school and out of high school get a job and be able to live in your own neighborhood. You're not going to be able to live there. Yeah, there are plenty of homes you could get on a very low monthly mortgage. Let me show you where the issue is, right? The house you can afford has no local jobs. That's why you can afford it. The house near your job, you can't afford. House prices in my neighborhood have gone up. House prices in my neighborhood have doubled since I bought the house. In 9 years, house prices have doubled. And people start talking about, see, I'm never going to be able to afford a house. I'm never going to be able to afford a house. You're right. You're not going to be able to afford a house. And the reason why you're not going to be able to afford the house is the Boeing plant put a plant in. We've switched off having a local power company to having power provided by the state, the Ameren, the state agency. We've got a train now that comes to the airport. The school district has improved. So yeah, people need to understand you can't afford to live here unless you get a good job. And you go buy your starter home somewhere, let that house appreciate, let your pay increase, and then you come back here. Welfgar brings up the really big point that nobody ever wants to talk about. I get tired of people. His buddy was complaining about the same topic while sitting in his living room with $10,000 worth of Magic the Gathering cards and other collectibles. Right. That right there. I can't believe that I don't have any money. Why the fuck do you have $10,000 worth of collectibles? That's your down payment. That $10,000 is half your down payment on a $100,000 house. I see people complain about their life. Shit, man. I was teaching on the pre-trial diversion so people didn't have to go to jail for domestic abuse. And I had a guy pull up in a fucking Range Rover. And at the door, he gets to the door and I have to put my hand up. I said, sorry, my man, you haven't paid your... You didn't pay for 2 weeks. You can't come to class tonight. I'll mark down that you attempted to come, but I can't let you in. And he's like, yeah, man, money's been tight. I was like, hey, man, we all got problems. As he walks back and pulls out a $1,300 iPhone to bitch to somebody that he drove all the way to class and now he can't come into class, but he's driving a fucking Range Rover. I don't drive a fucking Range Rover. You all have that friend who has a new car all the time. Oh, I didn't buy it, I leased it. Oh, so you're a first class fucking moron. You're gonna pay a lease so you can drive around in a new car every 3 years. And you wonder where all your money goes. I drive a 2016 Dodge Journey that's been paid off since 2016. I'm driving that damn thing to Florida 5 times this year. I said to my wife the other day, I said, hey, I'm going to have to program in car replacement money starting next year. And she's like, okay. Every day I think about selling my condo and belongings and just living in my caravan. No, man, there's something nice to be said about having a home to go home to. There is something nice. Having 4 walls and a roof. Something nice about that. But where people are mad, I get why people are mad. And now to transition, car again, not caravan. Oh, don't live in your car. Don't do that. Where I get that people are upset is we're fighting in a war right now where we're burning up $1 billion or $2 billion a day. Well, for what? It was so hard to watch this video clip from Donald Trump. It was so hard to watch this because how do you have a person who has no idea what the fuck is going on? Just listen.
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the strait. My attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
Did you follow that?
The fuck? The fuck, Donnie? The fuck did you just say, Donnie? They won't be here for us. The only time NATO has ever been there for anybody is us. In case people have forgotten, the only time Article 5 has been invoked was because the United States was attacked. Donald Trump, he captivates me with his fucking stupidity. He absolutely just captivates me with his inability to have a grasp on the situation. This was his tweet from yesterday. Or I'm sorry, his truth from yesterday. The United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran in the Middle East. Okay. Donnie boy. Iran isn't in the Middle fucking East, first of all. Iran was never part of the Middle East. Iran was fucking Persia. They're not Arabic. Okay? They're Persian. Despite the fact that almost every country strongly agreed with what we are doing and that Iran cannot in any way, shape, or form be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. I am surprised by their actions, however, because I always considered NATO, where we spend hundreds of billions of dollars per year protecting those same countries, to be a one-way street. We will protect them, but they will do nothing for us, in particular in time of need. Fortunately, we have decimated Iran's military, their navy is gone, their air force is gone, their anti-aircraft and radar is gone, and perhaps most importantly, their leaders at virtually every level are gone, never to threaten us, our Middle Eastern allies, or the world again. Because of the fact that we have had such military success, we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. Japan, Australia, South Korea. In fact, speaking as President of the United States, by far the most powerful country anywhere in the world, we do not need the help of anyone. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with the president? How can you every single day say stupid shit? He seems to think that everyone should come help like they did with Iraq in the first Gulf War. Well, remember, the first Gulf War wasn't our thing, it was everybody's thing. Kuwait got invaded by Iraq. You remember when the world actually used to put a stop to such things? Iran signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means the world should be holding Iran accountable. Iran, why do you have so many why do you have so much uranium, so many kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%? Does any president really have any expertise when it comes to the military? No. The last, Eisenhower was the last one. Eisenhower was the last general we had that became president. You don't have to be an expert on the military to run the military. You have to be an expert on the military to start telling the military how to run the military. But I think the big problem is Donald Trump was no doubt told, assuming there's anybody left that actually reads CONOPS and plans and contingencies and what ifs. The big thing about Iran has never been their ballistic missiles capacity, their drone capacity, their air force. Like, they have F-4 Phantoms. Congrats. Like, We didn't even need to send F-35s there. They have F-4 Phantoms. Holy shit. Their Air Force was never a threat. But he would have no doubt been told, we can't secure the Strait of Hormuz. We can't secure the Strait of Hormuz. We can't. It's impossible. I believe this is calculated long game based on simulation-driven predictions, and efforts are being made to bring that outcome into reality. Going all the way back to 2008. Well, no, because if this was actually there was never, ever a U.S. military long-term plan to invade Iran. There never was. I wouldn't be able to say if there was, but if there was, I wouldn't be saying there never was. There was never a plan to invade Iran. Going back to 2008. Yeah, the USS Tripoli is on the way to the Strait with Marines on board. Well, I might not be getting your point, but you're the one typing in text, so re-clarify your point. We're gonna put Marines on the island that Iran uses to export their oil. What I thought was comical in all of this was we've lifted sanctions on Venezuela. What the fuck is our president doing? I'm so lost. U.S. eases Venezuelan oil sanctions as Trump seeks to boost world oil supply during Iran war. So we spend 4 years sanctioning Russia so they'll get the shit out of the Ukraine, and then we allow them a 30-day waiver on their sanctions so that we can increase world oil supply. Now we do it to Venezuela to increase world oil supply. U.S. companies will be allowed to do business with Venezuela State Oil and Gas Company. By the way, this is what the U.S. needs to do. The U.S. needs to own all the oil and gas companies. The Treasury issued broad authorization allowing PDVSA to directly sell Venezuelan oil to U.S. companies and on global markets. What the fuck was the point of the years of sanctions then? Why did we sanction the shit out of Russia and Venezuela for years and years and years? Yeah, the Trump administration is desperate. It's like a war room running simulations to predict outcomes the same way they model the impact of a bomb. I think that kind of modeling extends to global events, projecting decades ahead and then working backward to shape reality towards the predicted results. You think that we actually have war rooms running simulations to predict outcomes? God, I wish we did. God, the fuck, I wish we did that. The military doesn't do that. Think tanks do that. I wish we did that. I wish the fuck we did that. No, we don't. Just so we're clear, we don't do that. Think tanks do that. Why wouldn't they? Here, let me help you out. Ready? I'm not speaking as a guess. We don't do that. Okay? My qualifications aren't sourced, trust me, bro. My qualifications were I did contingency planning for most of my military career, most of my officer career. I did con planning. We don't run simulations like that. Or if they do, it's done at the highest fucking level that I don't know about, because I've written con plans. I've written full theater scale con plans. Was never showed a simulation of it running. Never saw the results. Never, none of that. We don't do that. Never met anybody in the military who does that. How long ago? I retired 9 years ago. I've also never heard of that from any of the people that I mentor. So, we don't do that. I wish we did. Hold on one second. I got a howling cat. just talking. He's okay. He just yapping. But no, we don't. You would hope and you would think that we would leverage all the technology that we have. We don't. No. The people that do bomb investigations, the people that do collateral damage assessments, yeah, they run simulations. We can't hit here because of this. We can't hit here because of this. But no, I wish we treated war more serious. I wish we leveraged more technology. But the problem with technology is you've got Elon Musk when he was running Doge and his pack of fucking monkeys putting stuff into language learning models and saying, these are the places that we should cut. But Elon Musk didn't understand how the government runs. The government does not run the same way as a corporation does. I wish they did. I wish the government ran like a corporation does. You would be easy to identify waste. But the problem with the government is that when we start cutting things, we're cutting real life. We're cutting people's jobs. We have to factor in the human factor. Corporations don't care about the human factor. Do I think Iran being an ally to Russia and supplying Russia with drones had any stock in attacking Iran? No. Is there a group above the government? No. Above the government? No. Lateral to the government? Yes. The whole idea. Let me help. Let me just give you a Let me just give you a really easy way to tell that there's no shadow conspiracy Rothschild organization running the world. Okay? In the military, something that's classified doesn't stay classified very long because you've got too many people talking about too many things. Classified shit gets revealed not on a monthly basis, not on a hourly basis, but on a minute-to-minute basis. Every minute of every day, somebody is talking about something classified in a place they shouldn't be. There is, you think that there could be a huge, massive conspiracy of a shadow government? And the best rumors we've heard about it are the Rothschilds. Now, is there a clearance above the president? No, there are no clearances above the president. There are no clearances above the president. There are lateral clearance programs that, unless the president needs to be read into them, that he's not. The president doesn't have to be intimately aware of every single thing going on. What you have is, so you have secret, you have TS, you have TS SCI. Your security clearance is made up of two parts: your level and your need. Now, to give you an example, you have secret, you have TS, you have TS SCI. It looks like it's above, but it's really not. These are all the same vertical tier. But like one of these is White House Mobility Office. Just because you have a TS clearance doesn't mean you can get on the computer and start looking at White House Mobility Office stuff. Just because you have a TS clearance doesn't mean you can start looking at the 5-digit con plans. Right? It doesn't mean that you can look at those. And you'll say, but I have a top secret clearance. And you're like, great. You have a top secret clearance, but you're not read into this program. There's lots of programs that I have no idea. Shit, I'll go so far as to say this. There's lots of programs that exist in the military that I don't even know what I don't even know the programs exist. I had access to a lot of programs because I was the deputy director for technical assistance, so I had to know all sorts of things on a lot of bases. Like, I would call a base and be like, yeah, you guys, I found contaminant in your fuel. I'm gonna have to shut down flying. And they're like, you can't shut down flying. And I'd be like, well, I have to shut down flying because blah, blah, blah. And they'd be like, go to your classified phone. So I'd go to my classified phone and call them back. And they're like, here's da-da-da. We've checked your clearance. We're reading you in. The guy next to the phone has a piece of paper for you to sign. Cool. Because he's the intel officer that sets up the call. These are all the reasons why you can't shut down flying at this base at this junction in time. Fuck. Okay, let me come up with an alternative. No, the Constitution isn't above the government. The Constitution is the rule book that the government runs by. The Constitution isn't above the government. Yeah, there's clearance level and there's need to know. And if you have a clearance level and no need to know, you don't know. The Constitution is the rule book that the government plays by. It's not above the government. The Constitution is the government. Yeah, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Like this has been declassified, so I can give you an example of how a clearance level works. I got a phone call one day to execute a plan that our base was required to execute. So I closed up my folder. I told the vault I needed the vault. Everybody got out. I made a phone call that they couldn't hear. I pulled my letter out of the filing cabinet, went to the wing commander. He was getting a haircut at the barbershop. And I walked in. I said, sir, I hate to disturb you. And he's like, is it one of those moments? I said, it's one of those moments. I pulled out my letter. He signed it. And then I went by hand to all the units and I said, execute this immediately. And there's no discussion. There's no talking. There's no debate. Execute this immediately. And I went around, handed out all the pieces of paper. One person decided to challenge me. You're only a lieutenant. You can't. Here's my fuck you letter. Signed by the wing commander. Well, I'm gonna go talk to the wing commander. Don't give a fuck what you do right now, sir. Execute this. 4 o'clock. All the guys got to all the men and women got to the terminal. Walked down the line with a Faraday bag. All your cell phones in the Faraday bag. From this moment on, if you have any telecommunication device, smartwatch, tablet, anything, laptop, anything, if we find it after this point, you're going to jail. So a bunch of guys start opening up their bags. Shit, here's my iPad, here's my laptop, here's my smartwatch, here's my... One guy had his heart rate monitor thing around his chest. I need that. Let's go. Give it up. Those guys went off. They did their mission. They came home. That was the end of it. After those guys flew away, the wing commander looked at me and he said, you gonna tell me where they're at? Nope. Don't need to know. But he's the wing commander. Yep. You don't need to know. You have an installation deployment officer on the base. They need to know. That was my job. Somebody on high said, you have this function, send it. The pilots will know where they're going. That's it. If the Constitution tells the government to do, how isn't it above them? Oh my God, dude. Watch. Ready? Here's the government. As set forth by the Constitution. And you're inside of that framework. It's not above you. It is you. It's what you're in. Yeah, the Constitution allows the government to change the Constitution. If the Constitution was above the government wouldn't be allowed to change the Constitution. The government is the framework. It is the rules that you play by. It's why there are no grand slams in football. But there's grand slams in horse racing. Top counterterrorism official resigns over Trump's Iran war. Says Iran posed no imminent threat. How the fuck embarrassing does it have to be for Donald Trump to have illegally used the War Powers Act to a point where your own counterterrorism official quits and says the president's completely full of shit. They pose no imminent threat. No such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did. There's your press secretary saying it. There's your top counterterrorism official saying he cannot in good conscience back the Trump administration's war. Iran posed no immediate threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. He's a former Green Beret. He was the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. He was in charge of the agency tasked with analyzing and detecting terrorist threats. His decision came down to the reasoning behind the strikes on Iran. Now, his previous posts were completely contradictory. Let me elaborate on that a little bit. Up until the point of actually going to war with them, you can say somebody is a threat, like a big picture threat. Like, Iran is a threat to the stability of the Persian Gulf. Yeah, they are. Iran is a threat to Israel because of Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels. Sure. Iran is a threat to geopolitical stability because they individually sponsor 13 terrorist organizations. Sure. Those are little t threat. Those are little t. These are all the things that Iran can do to threaten the world, the region, Israel, certain groups. But when you talk about using the War Powers Act, you're talking about the big T. You're talking about the all capital threat, the all capital letters. Not Iran could, no direct threat to the U.S. mainland. Not just no direct threat to the U.S. mainland. The President of the United States could use the War Powers Act because he had credible intel that Iran was planning on bombing Ayudit Air Base. An Iranian defector said on March 21st, Iran is going to send 1,000 ballistic missiles to blow up Ayudit Air Base. That's now a credible threat. We have a date, a time, and a target. But Iran has had the capability for 2 fucking years to bomb US bases, and they never have. Iran has had the capability for 20 fucking years to bomb US bases, and they have. They've sponsored militias, right? They've sold rockets to Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels. That is what it is. There was no imminent threat. Donald Trump used the War Powers Act illegally. And this is kind of a really big sticking point. Did the threat of Iran need to be dealt with? Yes. The threat of Iran needed to be dealt with. The threat of Iran. But it needed to be dealt with through a coalition. You will own nothing and be happy. I own lots of shit. I hate when people say you will own nothing and you'll be happy. I'm just going to say this to you. I'm the youngest son of an immigrant. I'm basically an immigrant myself. I own lots of shit and I'm very happy about it. Okay? A lot of people's problem is themselves. It's the views they take. If you're in a room with 99 pessimists and you stay there by choice, you're going to become a pessimist. Period. Dot. If you're in a room with 99 optimists, you're probably going to become an optimist because you choose to stay. What I'm really tired about, what I'm really tired of is people saying the rules are fixed. You can't make it. You can't make money. Honestly, until this nerve pain happened, I worked harder every day in retirement than most people worked. And they have to scramble. Because remember, you're new here. I don't make anything from this. Any money this channel makes goes to PGN Music. Goes to charity. I'm waiting until we've made $2,200. Right? I know it's a direct quote, but you're repeating it. So don't put the blame on you repeating it to somebody else. You repeated it. You've made an ideology your identity. So you own it. I'm not addressing the quote, I'm addressing what you said. You're choosing to repeat something that's total bullshit. I don't know why people continue to promote that bullshit. I own my house. I own my cars. I own my bank account. I own my future. I own my youngest child's future. In some ways, I own my 20-year-old's future. My 24-year-old, right? My 24-year-old did what she had to do to make it her way because she didn't want to go my way. My kids own their futures. I don't want to live with the bullshit. I'm not promoting it. Let me stop you with something. If you repeated it, you're promoting it. Because you then need to frame it in such a way that says you're repeating it because that's the goal of the corporations. But if you repeat it without context, you're promoting it. This is Sparta in regards to everyone is responsible for the words of their voice. If you say it without any other context, it's your statement. Because too many people fall into this bullshit of the system is keeping me down. Okay, then I'm going to use the crackhead example. Every fucking day there's a crackhead out there somewhere who wakes up, they're coming off their high, and they say, shit, I have to make enough money today to go buy crack. So you're telling me I don't see a lot of crackheads sitting on the street with signs that say, need crack, please help. But I see an awful lot of crackheads scoring crack. So I make it into a joke, but it's a motivational joke. Anybody who's complaining about their lot in life right now, you're being out hustled by a crackhead. The system's designed to keep us in poverty. Then how the fuck am I in the middle class? If the system is designed to do something, examples like me don't exist. Examples like one of my childhood best friends, she became a doctor. She became a orthopedic surgeon. I thought the system says that's not possible. It's all in the mindset. I'm gonna share something potentially, just broad strokes. The likelihood of any of you knowing this person is practically zero. And a friend of mine, within the last 6 months, hysterectomy for ovarian cancer, heart surgery for a tumor and heart cancer, skin cancer, kidney cancer, had their surgery on kidney cancer last month. The oncologist says, I think we've gotten it all. That person has been cut on 4 times in 6 months, has 4 different types of cancers, and that person is still getting up, lifting their shield, carrying their spear, and attacking life head on every single day. That person has every reason in the rule book to sit down, cup their face in their hands and say, God, why did you do this to me? That person doesn't have time to sit down on the sidewalk and feel sorry for themselves because they're out there hustling. Your income per year doesn't determine your socioeconomic status. Your resources on hand and potential resources is what determines your socioeconomic status. $90,000 a year sets you up for middle class because the likelihood of you accumulating $400,000 in resources, and that includes everything, money in the bank, apartment, or not apartments, condo, house, townhouse, weekend house, boat, whatever. Dick Van Dyke article came out this week, celebrating his 100th birthday. He asked what one thing helped him live so long. He said positive thinking. Right. Positive thinking. But people want to say, oh, the system is rigged. Talking about the housing thing earlier, people can't get a house and they say it's not fair, I can't get a house. As a singleton, we pull back their story It turns out they can't get a house because they have $30,000 in credit card debt. The system's rigged. No, it's not. The system's doing what it's supposed to be doing. You want a mortgage from a bank, but you have $30,000 in credit card debt. And your income is $36,000 a year. Meaning you can't even in 1 year get ahead of that credit card debt. People want to claim the system is rigged, just don't want to put in the time and work to get there. For some people, the system is rigged. Earlier, we were given the example and we went down a different rabbit hole. I said, you've got a single mom of 3 kids. And as a singleton, somebody says a single mom with 3 kids can't make it in life. So we shouldn't discuss things that we have changed and seem wrong or off. Are we not supposed to question and just strap on my boots and ignore? You can talk about the things that are wrong, but then grab your bootstraps and pull yourself up. Because you're here right now. And you want to spend your time talking about what's wrong with the system. Sure. But the problem is you got to do. The problem is a lot of people don't want to do the do part. They want to do the bitch part. They want to bitch and complain about the system. They want to bitch and complain about it. Like Crab right there. I'll use Crab as an example. Crab joined this community a while back. And Crab was like, not like bitching about the system, kind of bitching about the system. And I said, well, what's your story? Crab's like, my story is this. I said, file for bankruptcy. That fixes your problem. Filing for bankruptcy was designed exactly for people in Crab's situation. Not for the people that go and they fucking piss all their money on credit cards like my mother-in-law and racks up $100,000 worth of credit card debt. No, I don't think people like that should be allowed to file for bankruptcy. They should be able to file for protection where they can't keep getting 23% interest charged. But bankruptcy wasn't designed for those people. Bankruptcy was described for people like Crab, who got punched in the face on an Idle Tuesday by life, and ain't nobody hit as hard as life. Rocky Balboa. Ain't no one gonna hit as hard as life. Life sucker punched Crab in the jaw. Crab came here and I said, great, file for bankruptcy. Now Crab is like, holy shit, let me look into filing for bankruptcy. Crab was taught that you can't file for bankruptcy if you have a good job. That's a fault of our education system. Why the fuck don't we teach high school seniors what bankruptcy is for? We don't do that. American spending habits are really bad. Puddles is guilty of it. Had to file bankruptcy, but you know what I learned? Now I have emergency funds and investments. Right. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, said by Benjamin Franklin. If we really wanted to fix things, yeah, it's about identifying why the system sucks. Bernie Sanders is really great for all the time saying we need Medicare for all. We need Medicare for all. But you know what Bernie Sanders is really not good at? Bernie Sanders is really, really shitty at giving me the next 10 words. Right? Bernie Sanders, this is what Bernie Sanders will post, and you'll notice how much traction it gets. Because it's easy to say the easy part. While billionaire class is getting richer and richer, Gallup reports that 33% Americans are cutting back on food, utilities, and prescription drugs because of the high cost of healthcare. We need an economy that works for all, not just the 1%. We need Medicare for all. Okay? Where are you going to get the 150,000 new primary care doctors for everyone to have Medicare? Where are you going to get approximately 150,000 nurses, 300,000 med techs, 150,000 medical admin, just so everyone can have a primary doctor? What are we going to do about getting another approximately 500,000 specialty doctors? Where are we going to get 30% more hospital space? Where are we going to get all the medical schools to train this many doctors? Nursing schools for nurses? Where are we going to get the instructors for those schools? Where are we going to get all the biomedical equipment technicians to maintain all these new facilities and equipment? And lastly, how are we going to pay for all that? Does anybody respond? No. We don't teach financial literacy because of these corporations not wanting people to be financially stable. It's the goal of Common Core. Yep. And remember I said you shouldn't be having kids until you're ready to have kids? You shouldn't be having kids until you figured out life so you can pass on life to other people. I went to school every fucking day. Until I was 16, dinner was mandatory unless I was at a school-sanctioned event. When I was an athlete, dinner time changed for me. There was no get home, grab a plate of food, go to my desk, do homework and eat. There was come home, take a shower after practice while somebody fixed me a plate, sit at the dinner table while my father sat at the head of it, and I went to 15 to 30 minutes of the School of Hard Knocks, learning from my father, learning shit from my father. I knew financial literacy by 14. My kids know financial literacy. I teach neighborhood kids financial literacy. Parents of my children's friends will send their kids round my house with a question because the parents have texted me and said, I sent my kid round your house because I don't know the answer. Because they know I believe in the village theory. The village theory is it takes a village to raise a child. Now, I will be the first to say this. Can I braid hair? Yes, I can. Why? Because I have 5 daughters. I can braid hair. Am I good at it? Fuck no. Can I do it? Yes. Did I learn to do it to try enough to get my daughters to try? Yes, I did. Can all of my daughters braid hair? No, they cannot. Can the girly girls braid hair? Yes, they can. In my family, my 20-year-old, before her life-altering event, she was a girly girl. My wife is not a girly girl. My wife tackles dress shopping the way a dad would. I'll take you. What store do I need to take you to? What stores do I need to take you to? Not, oh, that looks like, what the fuck? Like, I'm a dad. My job with the dress shopping is to swipe the credit card. That's my job. Because let's be honest, I'm a dad. If it shows any chest, I'm going to say it's no good. If it's not down past the knees, I'm going to say it's no good. If it doesn't cover the whole back, I'm going to say it's no good. I'm fucking Carlos Mencia when it comes to being a conservative with my child. A conservative with my child means your dress should be ankle length and wrist length and neck length. You should look like a fucking Hester Prynne scarlet letter pilgrim. But I know that's not what girls wear. Also, I was very liberal when I was a teenager. I liked the dresses that showed a lot of cleavage and were above the knee and had no back. I like to mistake the dress curled up in the back seat for a t-shirt. I like it to be about that much material, if you know what I'm saying. My daughter's best friend was a tomboy. My daughter's best friend would come over, I'd be working on something. I'd be in the garage working on something. The kid would come in and spend 20 minutes talking to me. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? How does that work? And then she'd go in and see my kid. My daughter would go over to the best friend's house to talk to the mom to learn how to do makeup, learn how to do hair. The best friend's mom took my daughter dress shopping because the best friend's mom was a girly girl and she liked doing that shit. That's a village. You had a deadbeat dad and an alcoholic mother. Had to figure out life on my own. But you know, I did it even with major depression and PTSD. Right. The problem is you have a deadbeat dad and an alcoholic mother. So deadbeat dad, alcoholic mom, 90% likely the kid's going to be total trash. 10% likely the kid will overcome. Now, we take this situation. Are there grandparents involved? No. Shit, that kid's fucked. Is there an older sibling involved? No. That kid's fucked. Is that kid the older sibling? Yes. Shit. that kid may overcome, but that kid may end up taking care of all the younger ones. A friend of mine that has 5 kids said something to me the other day. Said, "You're lucky." I said, "Why am I lucky?" I'm 1 year older than this individual. This individual also has 5 kids. One of their kids is in their 20s. The next one down, I think, is like 14. And then they have younger than that. I think they have 10 more years as a parent. They said, "You only have 5 years left to being a parent." I said, "Yeah." They said, "I have 10 years left to being a parent." I said, "Yeah, I didn't continue to have kids into my late 30s. You want to, if you want a life in retirement, there's no shame in not having kids. And then you're going to hear people start on the bullshit of, well, we have a declining population and that's going to impact the future generations. No, we're not a farm agrarian society anymore. People are like, Japan has a declining birth rate. China has a declining birth rate. America has a declining birth rate. Yeah, we no longer need families to have 6 kids to work the farm. We no longer need a dad to have 6 sons because 2 are going to die of dysentery and 1's going to get eaten by a bear. So dad has 3 sons. And then all of a sudden the 3 sons are grown and one takes over the farm, starts having kids so that he has 3 sons that live. The second one becomes like a blacksmith and the third one goes into the clergy. We don't need that shit anymore. We're not a manufacturing society. Something like 21 million men in America don't have a job. So guess what, motherfuckers? If 21 million men in America don't have a job, we can have a declining population until we decline 21 million men. I don't have the woman statistic in front of me, but right around the same. We can decline and lose 40 million people out of society and life would be better. Are farmers not having kids anymore? Farmers aren't having like 6 sons because they have a combine, they have a tractor. Back in the day, you used to have a plow and a mule. Used to take you all day to plow 5 lines. Shit, now you plow 5 lines in 20 minutes. But around here, even though farmers are having kids, if you want to talk about the scary part, this is the scary part. One of the farmers owns one of the largest farms around here. He just sold all of his land to put in homes. You can't eat houses. Some 4,000, 7,000 acres of land is going to be a new subdivision. But what's going to happen to the 4,000, 7,000, I forgot which one it is. What's going to happen to the fact that we're not going to have 7,000 acres of soybean and 7,000 acres of grain? Right? Because he does 2 crops a season. Why is he selling his land? Because the last of his sons said, I don't want to be a farmer. There's no farmers around here that can afford to buy the land. And why would he sell that land to other farmers at $1 or let's say $10 an acre when he gets an offer for $60 an acre from a major land developer? Do you think that major land developer is going to go in there and build affordable housing? No, the major land developer is going to go in there and build $400,000 to $600,000 homes because he's got a nice, big, clean piece of land that he can lay down a private subdivision. But people will say, well, we need developers to build affordable housing. But why would they? If I'm going to build 1,000 homes, why would I build 1,000 homes that cost $200,000 when I could build 1,000 homes that cost $600,000? Why would I only make $200 million if I can make $600 million? because we shouldn't have corporate greed. Then why do you want to raise every year? Great attitude to take. Waiting and counting on someone else to lift you up is foolish. Make your own luck and improve your own situation. Yeah, make your own luck. Improve your own situation. You got yourself in the hole. Get yourself out of the hole. How Iran defied Trump and threats. How Iran defied Trump's threats to emerge as Strait of Hormuz gatekeeper. Trump has called on other navies to help open the strait, but countries are instead striking deals with Iran. How the fuck did Donald Trump not build a coalition before he decided to bomb the shit out of a country? As Donald Trump tries to build a coalition of navies willing to open the Strait of Hormuz, some countries are negotiating safe passage directly with Iran, underscoring a new de facto reality. Regardless of military results, Tehran is calling the shots on who gets to use the world's most important energy waterway. How in the fuck did Donald Trump mismanage this so thoroughly? It's only 20 miles at its narrowest point, so any naval force that wants to cross it becomes easy prey for Iranian attacks coming from the mainland. 20 miles. Keeping in mind that 20 miles has to be divided into middle to the shore, so you have to have middle to the shore, you have to have a neutral middle lane, so you have a very narrow corridor for going out and a very narrow corridor for going in. Yeah, Donald Trump got to this position because Donald Trump has a very, very, very bad habit of only listening to people, listening to the people he wants to hear. Because he's a clown who has no say in how the war will go. Well, let me stop you there. The commander-in-chief has an awful lot of say in how the war will go. At least for his side. But he is a puppet to the Zionist lobby in his office. I will agree that the lobby that represents the Jewish interests is disproportionately powerful based on the size of the constituency they represent, which once again highlights a major problem in American politics. Votes are won with money, so money controls elections. Is there any way he can hold Carg Island hostage to get any concessions? I mean, yeah, he can hold it. But to control the strait, you have to put boots on the ground in Iran, because you have to make, and even if you put boots on the ground, it's an awful lot of boots to put on the ground when you have to stop somebody with a shoulder-mounted delivery system, because that's all it takes to destroy a oil tanker. And I think that's a piece that people don't really comprehend too well. You have to, all of this, you have to control to make sure the boats aren't at any risk of land-based attacks. Now, yes, I understand that if you're all the way over there and this is 20 miles wide, then it's difficult to hit the far side of it. Yeah, and you only have to destroy one tanker in the strait to effectively shut it down. Right. You have to control an awful lot of real estate to make sure that nobody can threaten the Strait of Hormuz. But yeah, I do agree that we clearly went to war with Iran. Well, we didn't go to a war with Iran. We got involved in armed conflict with Iran because of Israel. And we know this because Israel outright said, we're going to attack Iran with or without your help. And we understood that Iran would strike our interests. It is very troubling to me that we condemn Russia He said that the ships should show some guts and cross the strait anyway. What the hell does he mean? People should risk their life because the Zionists underestimate the Iranian mitzvah. Okay, just so you're aware, I understand the point you're making, but I don't allow isms. I don't allow isms in my house. You don't have to keep calling them Zionists because that's an ism. It's unnecessary. I don't mind. I think you're making all very good points, but I think the problem is that you're bordering on what I have to moderate, and you don't need to go that way. You could simply say people should risk their life because Israel underestimated the Iranian military, and then we're not dealing with an ism. We're not dealing with something that I'm like responsible for curbing. You could simply say because Israel. Yeah, they underestimated the Iranian military. They absolutely did. Iran has been able to hit targets. Yeah, Israel underestimated the Iranian military. The problem is we're using $500,000 interceptors to intercept a $20,000 drone. That's an awful lot of money. That's why we're spending $1 billion a day. Iran fires off 10 ballistic missiles. That's $5 million. We burned $5 million intercepting 10 ballistic missiles. They send over 100 drones. We burned through $50 million blowing up drones. Is it good for the defense industry? Yeah, it's great for the defense industry. Is it good for people that work at the plants that build interceptors? Yeah, they're on overtime. Some of those people I know, some of those people are on 50 hours a week, mandatory, and they're being offered a sixth 10-hour shift because production levels are now through the roof. We're cranking that shit out, but guess what we're paying? We're paying top fucking dollar for that. 5 minutes ago, I heard an intercepting missile going off because of Trump and Israel in my country, and we can't sleep in peace anymore. No, you didn't. I'm gonna tell you, no, you didn't. Ready? You cannot blame Israel and the United States for Iran choosing to strike your country. The only two people you can blame for Iran choosing to strike your country is one, Iran, and two, you could pressure your government to expel U.S. military forces so Iran wouldn't have a target inside your country to strike. I'm good for blaming those who need to be blamed. I love to blame the people that need to be blamed. The only person firing rockets into your country or missiles into your country is Iran. Iran is choosing to bomb you. Iran is making that choice. I understand that Iran is choosing to strike a U.S. target in your country, but your government wants that U.S. contingent of forces there for whatever reason. The U.S. military can be thrown out of countries. Lots of countries tell us to go, and we go. Iraq wanted us to go. We left, and then things started to change. And they said, stop going. And we said, well, we left, and the number of people we have here now are the only people we're leaving here because you told us to go, and we programmed. I despise our government, but they don't care. USA wants oil, and my people want money. Who suffers? Well, then what you have there is a problem. You have a problem that your government was elected by people who want money, and in order to make money, you got to do business with the United States. So, blame your government. I blame my government. I was adamantly against the idea of going to war with Iran because it's a stupid war. It's a stupid war. Iran has 60% enriched uranium. Not enough to make weapons, but far more than they need for civilian power. They have every right to develop nuclear weapons if we're going to keep bombing them. They need a deterrent. Yeah, but the problem is, it doesn't matter. They have every right to develop nuclear weapons. And some designs are 20%, just so you know. So it's not 55% more. Some nuclear facilities require 20% enriched uranium. Do they need 60? No. But honestly, I want you to consider this for a second. Here's the US. And here's Iran. And they're negotiating. And the US bombs Iran. And then they go back to negotiating. And the US bombs Iran again. I'm sorry, but if I was the leader of Iran, I would develop nuclear weapons. Why? Because I look at the map, and what I see is North Korea has nukes, and North Korea gets left alone. Pakistan has nukes, and they get left the fuck alone. What's the reason for 60% other than to threaten people? To threaten people. When we went into Pakistan illegally, Pakistan looked at the United States and said, do that shit again and we're going to drop a fucking nuke on you. We haven't done it since. North Korea has nukes. Russia has nukes. China has nukes. The only people that the United States actually play ball with fairly are people with nukes. The moment Iran has a nuclear weapon, all this bullshit that happens to Iran will be over. Because Iran has said, when we have a nuke, we are going to eliminate Israel. Well, I can't believe they said that, says the president of the country, of the only country to ever deploy nuclear weapons on people. As I've said, if you make me president, I'm reducing our nuclear weapons capability by 2/3. Because it's a waste of fucking money, because we don't need 3,000 nuclear weapons. We're never going to fucking use them anyway. The problem is, if we look at it from a top level without any of the fucking bullshit about massacres or politics or anything, it's different circumstances. They launch a nuke, more people launch nukes. Right. It's not a different circumstance. The moment Pakistan had nukes, India left them alone. The United States left them alone. I'm from America. I'm from County Kerry, Ireland, but I'm from America. North Korea should be eliminated off the face of the map, but they're not, because South Korea says, slow your shit down. They can nuke our capital. I don't know, man. If I was the leader of South Korea, I would move the capital out of Seoul down south. What is the chance Iran would not nuke Israel or the US if they had nukes? Iran has the intent to use nukes. Crab, you're a member of a country, the only country that has ever used nukes. Of course they have an intent to use them. We keep fucking with Iran. We have spent my entire lifetime fucking with Iran. And like I said, we're not going to go down the rabbit hole during today's show about why we need to fuck with them, because we don't. At a sovereignty level, we don't have a reason or a rationale to fuck with another sovereign nation. Now, I saw somebody said they really don't need nukes when there's Russia backing them up. Dude, Russia, first of all, Russia can't back up Iran. Iran has been backing up Russia. 5 years ago, the whole world thought Russia was the second strongest military in the world. 5 years ago, people were afraid of Russia still because they have a big badass military and we were afraid of them. And Russia went from being the second most dangerous military in the world to being the second most dangerous military in the Ukraine. So now you think Iran launching a nuke will be the same as us dropping a nuke. It will be exactly the same. It will be exactly the same. It will be one sovereign nation deciding to drop a tactical nuclear weapon on the people of another sovereign nation. We didn't choose to drop a nuke on a military target in World War II. We dropped a nuke on one of the cities that we had deliberately not firebombed the shit out of, so it was one of the cities that was in the best shape. Now, if we take off the sovereignty hat and we go down and, yeah, but that was before MAD. It was before MAD because we were the only people with nuclear fucking weapons. Of course it was before MAD. We had the only nukes. Why is Russia pissed about us attacking Iran? Because we attacked Iran, so Iran can't send missiles and drones to Russia anymore. That and the fact that Russia and Iran are allies. If Russia wasn't embedded into Ukraine, Russia would be sending aid to Iran. Now, somebody said Russia or China, not even Russia or China will share nukes with Iran. That's because they both signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. I hate that word. If they give nukes to Iran, they open themselves up to intervention by the US. I'm sorry, it should be the UN, but it'll be us that ends up doing it. I would love for every nuclear weapon on this planet to go inert. You're comparing a world war so very long ago to a little country that thinks it needs nuclear weapons. Obviously, you're just chatting. No, I'm not. North Korea has nukes. North Korea does deplorable things to their own population. Why don't we go into North Korea? Because China will back them up and North Korea will nuke Seoul. Pakistan does horrible things to their own people. Pakistan threatens Afghanistan. Pakistan threatens India. Why don't we go in there? Because Pakistan has nukes and they'll use them against India. India will then nuke Pakistan. China will be pissed that India nuked anybody on their border where all the fallout's going to go. So China will nuke India. It doesn't seem like it's very common sense to me that people don't understand the reason why Iran wants nuclear weapons is so that they get left the fuck alone, like all the other countries that have developed nuclear weapons and then got left the fuck alone. Now, I'm not blind to the fact that if Iran developed 5 nuclear weapons, the temperature of Israel would reach the surface of the sun about a day later. I'm not blind to that fact. Yeah, China has done horrible things to their people and don't have nukes, and yet we allowed them to be starved off by shutting off Venezuelan oil. Now, what do I think about Kent leaving his office and joining the Catholic Church? What about it? I think that him leaving his office is fine. Because he said, I'm not going to stay here when the president is lying. There was no imminent threat to the U.S. from Iran. Him joining the Catholic Church is completely irrelevant. I don't care if he's a public official. His religious choices are his religious choices. Iran has leaders that would strap a bomb to their chest and walk into a church. You cannot reason with that mindset. You're right. You can't reason with that mindset. So what did we do? We blew up the rational leader, and now his son, who lost his father, his wife, and his son, is now in charge? Did we really chew this one down to the bone? People are calling him an anti-Semite now because of the things that he said in his letter. People are going to call him an anti-Semite because he took an action against Israel. People call me an anti-Semite because I say Israel's leadership should be held accountable for the war crimes that they've committed, and they don't even want to ask me why I think they've committed war crimes. I think if you've killed 76,000 people confirmed dead through military action, I think if you've killed, crippled, wounded, or starved to death 50,000 children, I would like to maybe take a look at your tactical analysis checklist and flowchart to see how the hell you're authorizing certain bombing actions against the civilian population without giving them notice. I would like to maybe talk about the fact that because you blew up all of their hospitals, they have people that died in those hospitals. I think the big problem here is the world is hypocritical because Russia bad invading Ukraine, Israel good exterminating Hamas. Iran bad sponsoring terrorism. Iran is sponsoring a group of freedom fighters in Yemen who control 70% of the population and 30% of the landmass. But most Americans don't know that a civil war in Yemen has been going on for 12 years. Do not forget who started that war and what they did to start it. No. Stop. Who started the war? Hamas. Even Mossad Intel set the maximum number of Hamas members at 50,000. If you've killed 75,000 people and wounded, crippled, or disfigured 50,000 children, please don't try to logical anything to me, because you're going to have a way uphill battle wearing ice skates to try to say to me that 50,000 children had to be killed or crippled when there were only 50,000 known suspected Hamas members. You've killed more children or wounded more children than your total target enemy population, and Israel is being allowed to exterminate the Palestinian people. There were 1.2 million of them a couple of years ago. There's now under 1.1 million of them. They have nowhere to go. In some ways, I blame Egypt because they wouldn't open the Rafah crossing. Now I'm being told, as of today, Israel controls the Rafah crossing on the Palestinian side. Most Americans also don't know that the Israel-Palestinian war didn't start on October 7th. No, it started the very day that Israel was admitted as a country to the UN, but the same matrix that says Israel should be allowed was used to discredit Palestine from being allowed. I did an entire video on this using the old metric for how we admitted countries. One of the 4 criteria for admitting a country is that your borders aren't disputed. So what I don't understand is how Israel met, I think it's criteria 3, borders. So it was decided Israel's borders were undisputed, but Palestine was not admitted to the UN because they said your borders are disputed. But then how, if Palestine was disputing the borders, how was Israel admitted? Because this needed to be a package deal. Like, Israel's borders are firm, so Palestine's borders are firm. And Palestine says, no, we don't agree with those borders. And Israel says, but we agree with our borders. And so they let Israel into the UN and they didn't let Palestine in. Did you know the only reason why Israel got admitted was because Russia threw a curveball? Everybody was expecting the USSR to veto Israel's admittance. And the USSR threw everybody for a loop and they said, yes, we vote that Israel should be created. And everybody had their fucking playbook and they were like, what the fuck? What? It's because Russia assumed the 3 million or so Russian Jews would emigrate to Israel and remain Russian Jews. What the USSR didn't consider was the moment they left the USSR and they went to Israel, they had no interest in being Russian Jews anymore. They wanted to be Jewish Jews. Didn't Palestine say no to many deals where they would be able to live in peace? Yes. Palestine has rejected no less than 7. There's been 8 total, but no less than 7 deals that would have given them formal recognition in the UN as a country. It's 8, but one of those wasn't. I don't count one of them because it was a really, really bad deal for Palestine. It was like, you're going to be recognized as a country, but you're not going to have autonomy over your shipping or your air travel. There was a whole, one of those fucking 8 deals was really shitty. I would have said no to that one. But what they call the 90% solution with Yasser Arafat, which was really closer to an 82% solution, but it was close, they didn't want it because they want from the river to the sea. But the facts are from 1948 on. No, not from 1948 on. See, that's the problem. You can't say from 1948 on because in 1948 they were told no. They were said you can't have a vote because your borders are still disputed. That's the thing I just did. How the hell can Israel have undisputed borders, but Palestine has disputed borders? That I never understood. It had to have been a package deal. But they literally won't live in peace. No, they weren't offered at the start. Like I said, Russia threw everybody for a loop because Russia voted yes. Everybody was expecting Russia to vote no. And Russia voted yes. They thought they was going to be voted no and they'd have to go back to negotiations and discussion. All of a sudden, Russia says yes. And the whole world is like, what the fuck? Or I should say the USSR. But the USSR votes yes. And the whole world is like, what the fuck just happened? Like, everyone's shocked. We didn't see that coming. Is it fair to say the extremist religious states of these places will never let each other live in peace? Yes. But I think the important thing to remember is we have those things here in America too. We have white fundamentalists. We have black fundamentalists. We have Christian fundamentalists in America. Waco, Texas. Different militia groups that we have to go in and deal with. The problem is religion drives men mad. No, we don't tolerate each other. What do you mean we tolerate each other? These groups end up arming themselves to a point where the ATFE and the FBI need to go in there and round up people. But we don't advertise that shit as much anymore on the news because it makes everybody look bad. I don't know. I just know this ain't the dark ages and homicidal, suicidal leaders have no place in the world. Fuck all the delusional holy wall. Ireland looks good this time of year. Ireland looks great this time of year. We don't tolerate each other. This country is still mostly all Catholic. I don't think that's true. I don't think America is mostly Catholic. Yeah, America is mostly Christian. Jesus lovers. Dude. Again, you don't need to be derogatory. Jesus lovers is a derogatory term, yes. I believe Jesus died on the cross for my sins. I'd make a great Baptist, but I'm a Catholic. I like the Baptists. Very good friend of mine died. She was Baptist. She almost got me to convert to being a Baptist. I think Baptists have the right idea. If in your heart you believe that Jesus Christ suffered, died on the cross for your sins, you go to heaven. I'm a Catholic. Yeah, Jesus lover is a derogatory term. You can call them, guess what? Christians. Look at that. The term they call themselves, you can call them. One more far-fetched though, do you see similarities in the Trump office and what they are doing now in your country with fascist Mussolini? Yes. In fact, when Trump came into office, I bought myself a new copy of 1984. And I bought myself a new copy of 1984 so I could go through it again. I hadn't been through it in about a decade. And somebody in the Trump administration read this book, and they thought this book was a fucking instruction manual. This book is supposed to be a warning. And the Trump administration is playing this book out like it's the way of life. We shouldn't be following 1984 as a how-to guide to run a country. We should be following it as a how-to guide for how not to run a country. Remember, some people benefit in every form of government. In a monarchy, some people benefit. In a theocracy, some people benefit. In a dictatorship, some people benefit. Most people will say, I live in a democracy. I say, where are you from? They say, I'm from America. I say, so you mean you live in a democratic constitutional federal republic? It was supposed to be not a warning, but a critique of Stalinist Soviet Union. Well, you can take it as either way. I think it was a very good warning because a lot of people say, I want to live in socialism. And I tell them, no, they don't. You want to live in a socialist, you want to live in a democratic constitutional federal republic with social policies. You want social policies. You don't want socialism. I think the story of Jesus is actually that Caesarean. We know as Catholicism was the culture built by Augustus. No. Good try, but no. You can certainly feel that way. But I don't think Christianity was pushed. Oh, Augustus. Yes. Yes. You said Augustus, my brain read Nero. My brain jumped into the Nero file. Yes. Augustus is responsible for a lot of the spread of Catholicism. That is true. Nero was feeding Catholics to the lions and burning them alive. When did things start going downhill? I know Trump is bad, but most of these problems have existed before him. That is a great question. I'm going to take 1 second to take a quick break, and then we'll talk about when things started going downhill. Okay, so the great question of the day is, when did things start going really bad? Things started going really bad at the very beginning of this country. Maybe when Herbert Hoover helped cause the Great Depression in the 1930s. I think that if you really want to talk about when America started to go downhill, was the very beginning. The absolute very beginning of our country. Because America was forged in war, and a 250-year-old nation has only known 10 years of peace. You wonder why America operates a certain way. Well, think about it. You're the rookie nation, right? You're the rookie nation of the planet. You came out and you were rookie of the year. You were team of the year because you beat the shit out of the British Empire. Yeah, you did it with a lot of the French's help, but let's be honest. In order to be free, you threw off the yoke of the king, which is then from that point in history. That's a whole domino effect. So number one, your nation was forged in bloodshed. Very quickly after the formation of your government, you beat the English again in another war. And then you ran out of people to fight, so you fought yourselves, where almost 1 million men were either killed or injured, which showed the world, wow, that Constitution thing they have going over there, that's a pretty strong thing. That nation managed to have a civil war and stay a nation. But where I think the really big problem happened with the United States is World War I and World War II. Now, if everybody can take their national pride hat off for a second, and we can all just be realistic historians, the United States saved Europe in World War I. The United States saved Europe in World War II. If we hadn't intervened when we did in those wars, if we had chose to stay isolationist, if we had outright not sold arms in cash and carry, or then remember we said we were only going to sell arms on cash and carry because we weren't going to give aid to either side, and then we started extending lines of credit, and then German U-boats started attacking American shipping and Japan bombed the United States. If the US had really stayed isolationist and had said, hey, fuckheads, we just had to come over there. We had to come over there to end a war for you, and now you're asking us to do it again? Nah, we're gonna stay home. Yeah, if there was no intervention in World War II, you'd be speaking either German or Russian. Truthfully, you wouldn't even exist. What happened is you got the US, Rookie of the Year, wins its Revolutionary War against the US, wins other wars against the British, saves all of Europe in World War I, saves all of Europe in World War II, and then nobody, yeah, it's a short existence, man. In the time frame of the world, the US has existed for the US hasn't even existed for 250 years this year, because this government that we're running on only passed in 1788. I think people forget this is the third US government that we've had in our history. 2 under the Constitution and 1 under the Articles of Confederation. The United States of America was a confederacy at its birth. That's what the Articles of Confederation. The 13 colonies were effectively 13 independent nations, like the United Arab Emirates are now. Independent countries that make up a conglomerate. This country was bred for war. It's what we do. What do you think will happen after Trump's office is replaced in the next election? Because I had plans on moving to the U.S. for my education, but now I'm scared. This is a powerful question. What's going to happen is there's really 3 things that are going to happen in the next presidential election. Number 1, the Republicans win and they take back the party from Make America Great Again. Number 2, J.D. Vance wins and he continues on with this Trump propaganda. Wait, I love how you all skip right over the fact, what would have these countries done if we let them do what they wanted to do? None of you would be talking right now. What the fuck are you even saying? Like, God, man, like, you're one of those Twitch people, no offense, Frickle, but you're one of those Twitch people who, like, puts a lot of words on the screen, but you don't say anything. Which countries? Which countries? Which era? Like, put some context to it. Number 3 is the Democrats win. I don't have a lot of hope for America. That's why in the last couple of months, I've been making sure all of my Irish paperwork is up to date. I don't have a lot of hope for America here. Because, and I saw somebody say, first, you'd be speaking Japanese or Russian or something else, and freedom wouldn't even be in the dictionary. Dude, hold on. You understand that are you a Holocaust denier? If we hadn't entered World War II to stop Nazi Germany takes over all of mainland Europe and England and Scotland and probably leaves the island of Ireland alone. Probably, because it is a worthless fucking island. It's a worthless island if you really think about Ireland. And then Nazi Germany would have taken Russia. Like, are we denying? Are you Holocaust denial? I didn't even know what that German is so hard to speak as well. Russia was the bad guy at the beginning of World War II, Crab. Russia was Germany's ally at the beginning of World War II. Germany turned on Russia. Hitler made a tactical blunder. If Hitler leaves Russia alone until he completes the conquest of France down to basically Barcelona and takes out England, then yeah, at the beginning. If Hitler hadn't been dumb, he would have let Russia deal with Russian things. Right? Russia didn't win the war for us. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, I'm about to ban you simply because you're just a distract. Russia didn't win the war for us. Russia contributed to winning the war by keeping Germany on 2 fronts. Russia didn't win the war for us. They contributed. America won the war. It wasn't until American intervention in World War II that German production capabilities were overwhelmed. Up until the point we intervened in World War II, all of the losses that the Allies were able to inflict on Russia, right? Or on Germany, all the Allies were able to inflict on Germany. Germany was able to replace as quickly as the Allies were destroying things. Germany's industrial complex was able to replace. I don't know. I'm not anti-American. I'll ban you because you're living in a Delulu world and you're not adding anything constructive. Russia didn't win World War II. Russia helped America win World War II faster. Germany would have been able to maintain control because you would have seen the Aryan nation final solution start to go through. Hitler would have continued to extend the Holocaust. He already started killing Russians. The problem is, if America stays out of World War II and Japan never let's do it 2 routes. America stays out of World War II completely. Europe falls to Nazi Germany. Russia falls to Nazi Germany. Yes, but there would be no freedom if we didn't intervene. Someone else that would have won the nuclear race was Germany. If America stays out of World War II entirely, Japan carves up China, Russia eventually loses because Japan starts attacking Russia on their eastern front, and then America hangs out with Canada and Mexico. If the United States enters World War II and only attacks Japan, because that's who attacks us, if the United States, instead of saying we're entering World War II, they just say we're going to war against Japan, then Japan simply withdraws all of its forces from China, turtles forever, and we spend 10 years fighting Japan. And France still falls, Great Britain still falls. The problem is, America has gotten this idea that, like, people will say we're tired of being the world's police. And I agree with that. The world police needs to be the UN. If Iran supplies arms to terrorist groups that attack Israel, then the UN needs to bomb the shit out of Iran. Yes, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor while Japanese officials were in the United States. That is true. At the end, Japan was scared shitless that China was going to invade them. Not a commonly talked about part of World War II, but nonetheless could contribute to why Japan surrendered with U.S. military protection. Because you're right. Didn't they attack right after they gave a speech to the League of Nations? I don't remember the timeline. I know that there was a Japanese ambassador waiting to speak to the president. And there is some conspiracy theory that we knew the attack. Like, there is a whole conspiracy theory that has a lot of credibility that we had already broken the Japanese code, and we knew that Japan was going to bomb Pearl Harbor, because if we had responded a certain way, Japan would have known we'd cracked their code and they wouldn't have bombed. The idea that we knew the attack was coming is somewhat credible, because we didn't move a lot of our battleships out of Pearl, but the carriers went to San Diego, but it was against naval doctrine at the time for the carriers to sail across open water without their support fleets. The reason why is we knew how quickly we could fabricate a battleship, but we knew that we couldn't fabricate an aircraft carrier that quickly. So there were major factions within the U.S. that wanted to enter the war. Yes, absolutely, that is true. But that is where you get the U.S.'s problem. I'm an American, and I don't benefit from this statement, but I'll say it anyway. The rest of the world needs to turn their back on America until we have a new president. That means the rest of the world needs to say, no, thank you, we're not doing trade. The rest of the world needs to, like England, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, Spain, Greece, Poland, they all need to tell their citizens, look, don't go to America. We're labeling America as a class 4 travel hazard. Don't go there. And I know that sucks, but the president of the United States needs to be reined in. It is possible, but it would require all the nations to do it. Canada did it. Canada hurt Orlando to the tune of 500,000 travelers last year. Yeah, rest of the world is waiting for impeachment after the midterms, but there won't be an impeachment after the midterms. I've done the math. I don't think it is possible for the Democrats to flip enough seats in the Senate to have enough for conviction. They can flip enough seats in the House. The Democrats are probably going to take the House this November in the midterm elections. They are probably not going to pick up enough seats for conviction. And the UN General Assembly is a joke anyway. Just to remember, the UN General Assembly cannot do anything that impacts the United States without a Security Council vote. And the the U.S. is a permanent member of the UN Security Council, and they always have a veto. Is Iran saying they will let ships go through if they buy oil in Chinese currency? Iran is saying they will let a lot of ships go through. Hold on. What amazing stuff has he done? I hear this all the time. People say, though he has done amazing stuff, Venezuela and soon Cuba, Iran, this will force Russia's hand. Ukraine is now kicking Russia's butt with the Iran supply chain gone. Right. What other than cleaning up the messes that he created, what amazing shit has Donald Trump done? I want to give Donald Trump credit for the amazing shit he's done. What amazing shit has Donald Trump done? The only piece of amazing shit Donald Trump did, I don't know where the fuck it is at the moment. It's somewhere in here. The only amazing thing Donald Trump ever did for me was sign my certificate of appreciation. For service in the armed forces of the United States, Captain Jalan, I extend to you my personal thanks and sincere appreciation for our grateful nation for your contributions of honorable service to our country. Signed, Donald Trump. The only thing Donald Trump has ever done for me is sign my retirement certificate. Ukraine is not 100% Biden. Ukraine is not 100% Biden at all. Yeah, I'll be talking about Cuba if we get to it. How is Ukraine 100% Biden? Donald Trump refused to ship military aid to Ukraine. Donald Trump has had meetings with Russia about them getting to keep the land they occupy. Donald Trump just put a waiver on Russian sanctions for 30 days. So illegal crossings are way down under Trump. Got to give him credit there. Are they? Hold on. Let's find out. So, during some periods of his first term, they were down. In other periods, they spiked. I'll give you that one. Illegal border crossings are down. But now I'll counter that. Illegal border crossings are down under President Trump. Murdered Americans by ICE agents are up under Donald Trump. I don't know. Obama was the deportation president. I think between Obama and Clinton, I think you have to compare their numbers. But yeah, his health and social policies have been mostly good. His health policies, huh? Taking healthcare away from 15 million people was good? Really? You know the big beautiful bill stripped 15 million Americans of their healthcare, right? Yes, restricting large institutions from competing with individual home buyers, that is good. See, that is good. Give him credit for that. I'll give him credit for his credit card initiative saying, I'm asking the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 calendar year to give Americans a chance to catch up. That's good. That's good. I agree with that. That's good. Yeah, as Eris says, legal border crossings are also down. If your legal border crossings are down and your illegal border crossings are down, that means they're down because people don't want to come here. Healthcare, reform Medicare to limit prescription drug costs for low-income seniors. Wasn't there more than this? Except that hasn't gone through yet. That's something he's talking about. Yeah, there's a list of things he's done good for some people. Yes. And that's why I will say this. Donald Trump has done some things for some people. Trump Care isn't good. No, it's not. The Trump investment accounts are good, assuming they keep getting matched. Those are good. Trump Care isn't good. I'll give you an anecdotal case, but it's still a case. My friend who's dying, literally dying, was one of those 15 million people who lost their medical care under the Big Beautiful Bill. Went from paying $150 a month for all of their medical treatment to they're paying over $600 a month now because the credit their state got to allow them to remain on Medicaid was stripped. Now, this isn't a person who sits at home and does nothing. This is a college-educated individual who works 12-hour days, 7 days in a row, and then is off. Is off 7 days. So this person is working more than full-time hours. And after the Big Beautiful Bill went into effect on 1 January, this person now quadrupled their healthcare costs to the point where and we're going to run the numbers again today, but I believe it is better for this person to quit their job, get fired from their job, go on unemployment. Trump Care is a huge discount on drugs, really good for those without insurance, diabetics. Really? How much is insulin under Trump Care? Because it's a serious question. You should be able to give me some facts. You can get insulin for $35 a month from Trump Care. Except you could already get insulin for $25 from Walgreens. Or, I'm sorry, at Walmart. You can get Novolin for $25 per vial. The problem is, to say Donald Trump fixed the problem, he didn't fix the problem. It's good that you can get, it's good if you can get Trump RX, but you can't get it if you're on Medicare or Medicaid or through the VA. Right? Well, 35 is not enough for a month, but it's $25 at Walmart. It's $35 under Trump RX. And the problem is, if you're on a bunch of other programs, you can't get it. Now, something that you should know. When you walk into Walgreens, no, you can't use Trump RX. Trump RX isn't, you can't be on Medicare for it. Medicare excludes you from Trump RX. If you're on Medicare and you need insulin, they'll recommend that you go on Part D to get it through that. See, there's the problem. A lot of people will say this is good, but the problem is, why should only some people get insulin at $25 a vial? According to AI, it's around $300 uninsured. It's wrong. I know the prices of insulin. 3 people in my life take insulin. I know where to get insulin cheap because I have to. Hey, hopefully you don't get bombed. Garlic Bread 10 just followed. They're in a shitty part of the world. Their concerns are legit. Their country's being bombed. That sucks. The problem here is insulin should be free for people. Insulin should be totally free for people that are managing their life in such a way as to reduce the mitigating factors of needing insulin. What do I mean by that? If you're 650 pounds and you need insulin, I don't think it should be free for you, because you're treating insulin as a scaffold, not a life-saving medication. I think that if you have type 2 diabetes that you develop secondary to obesity, then for your insulin to be free, you should be making positive progress towards a healthy weight. Then I have no problem giving it to you for free. Hey, you're down another 12 pounds since last month. Your insulin's free this month. You're going the wrong direction. Your insulin's $25 a vial. Right? I think that people that are born diabetic should not be fucked for their entire life because they were born diabetic. Their insulin should be free. I think EpiPens, considering that an EpiPen is $3 worth of epinephrine. Did you know this? Are you aware that if you know how to draw up epinephrine, you don't need to have an EpiPen? Now, you need it for the ease of travel, the ease of carrying. I forgot if epinephrine needs to be refrigerated or not. I don't think it does because it's in the crash carts. But if you have the ability to drop the medication, it would cost you $4 for your EpiPen. Just because you're overweight doesn't mean it's not from a medical condition, though, or really tall. Bullshit. Fuck off, man. You piss me off on a fucking regular basis because you talk a lot and you're a dumbass. Being tall doesn't give you fucking diabetes. If you are overweight and you have diabetes, is the fucking problem. And being overweight is literally what Puddles just said. Being overweight is you take more calories in than you're putting calories out. That is it. That is the only way to be obese. The only fucking way to be obese is that you eat fucking 3 Big Macs and you don't walk your ass from the couch around the block 6 times. That is it. I am tired of the bullshit. I'm bound to a wheelchair. Then fucking eat less because you know your caloric needs are less. Motherfuck, that sort of bullshit mentality is why we have 600-pound people that are upset that they have to buy 3 seats on a fucking plane. Bullshit. If you're 600 fucking pounds, the problem is you eat too much. That's it. Trust me, I know. I was bedbound when I had the bone taken out of my foot. I gained weight because I was eating like shit and I wasn't walking. Now, there are some people who are predisposed to storing body fat. Sure, they still have to store it. They still have to eat the calories. Now, what some people are going to talk about is they're going to talk about this bullshit where they say you can't be on the starvation diet because your body will store fat and you'll still gain weight. That is correct. Because your body stays in ketosis because you're starving it. And then when you eat food, your body says, I'm not going to produce the things you need to do to rebuild your muscles, to fill your muscles with glycogen. What I'm going to do is, because you've been starving me, I'm going to take all 1,000 extra of these calories and I'm going to turn it into body fat because you haven't had a steady stream of calories. Well, how are they living? Well, because their body is dissolving their muscle tissue because they're staying in ketosis. It's the flaw with intermittent fasting. When you're on intermittent fasting, you really need to know what the fuck you're doing, because when you break your fast, you need to give your body a very, very specific set of calories when you break your fast. And I know it sounds really weird, right? You do a 24-hour fast. You don't have to do much with that. It's only 24 hours. But you got to give your body protein. You got to give your body protein because it needs to refill glycogen. Otherwise, it's going to dissolve your muscles. Some people do 48 or 72-hour fasts. It's really good for you. It's really, really good for you. Do it under the care of and direction of a doctor. Do a 72-hour fast. You don't eat a fucking steak to break your 72-hour fast. You take in broth. Prime the system. Then you drop in a bunch of protein on it. Again, do this in consultation with your doctor. But you sure as fuck don't do a 72-hour fast and then eat a bowl of goddamn Lucky Charms. Weight is a consistent fight because of the medication I'm on, but I'm doing okay-ish. But I've had to diet for so long now it's messed up. Yeah, when you're on certain medications, it sucks. Believe me, I'm there. I'm right there. But we gotta stop making these bullshit excuses. Well, you can't really use BMI because BMI isn't a good scale for everybody. Yeah, BMI is not a good scale for everybody. It's not good for pregnant women. It's not good for bodybuilders. It's not good for a lot of, like, you know, weightlifting athletes. It's not good for linemen in the NFL. If you're not one of those categories, the BMI is a good gauge for you. But people hear this shit, oh, I shouldn't use the BMI. I showed a couple of weeks ago that one lady who said you should skip weighing in at the doctor's office if it makes you self-conscious. What? Skip weighing in at the doctor's office? What? How the fuck is your doctor supposed to know what the fuck's happening if you won't step on the scale because it makes you self-conscious? Look, I went to the doctor after I was retired for like 6 months and all I was eating was shit food, drinking shit tons of soda, eating cheesecake. My legs hurt, went to the doctor. My doctor was a friend of mine. He was a fellow captain. He knew I just retired. He looked at me and he said, look, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You're a fat fuck, and if you don't start getting exercise, you're gonna get a blood clot in your leg and you're gonna fucking die. Wow. That's what I needed to hear. I didn't need some doctor to like kinder, gentler. He's like, motherfucker, you've put on like 40 pounds in 6 months. Go on a fucking diet. Eat a salad every now and then. I stay skinny but eat like shit. I doubt I'm immune to diabetes. You stay skinny but you eat like shit. You could develop diabetes, yes. My doctor told me this or that. Do this or die, your choice. Yeah. What's up with Iran? Iran has effectively managed to close the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump has managed to not, yes, I know about the hypothalamus. What about it? I know about hypothyroidism as well. What about it? What you got? You gonna try to give me some more bullshit about people that have problems with their thyroid or their hypothalamus? They're fat and they can't help it? Yes, they can. Those two things impact how much they eat. It has nothing to do with how much body they store. Let me promise you this. If your daily caloric need is 1,600 and you eat 1,500 calories every single day, no matter what fucking condition you have, you will not gain weight because your body needs 1,600 calories. Yeah, it controls hunger and metabolism. I'm aware of that. You know what else controls hunger? Drinking 44 ounces of water. Hey man, it's getting close to mealtime. Hey, it's getting close to mealtime. I'm gonna drink 16 ounces of water. Why? Because I'm gonna tell my body I'm gonna fill up half my stomach with liquid that has 0 calories. And then I'm gonna portion control because I'm actually gonna get a 1-cup scoop. So guess what? To most people, I'm a single white guy. Singular, like not single like unmarried, but a single white person. To Papa John's, I'm a family of 4. Because I get a large Hawaiian pizza. Yes, it has fucking pineapple on it, you uncultured swine. But it's also made with a barbecue sauce base, not a tomato sauce. You don't put 2 fruits on it. Pineapple's a fruit. My sauce is barbecue. Now, if I eat a whole fucking pizza, and then I say, I can't understand why I'm getting fat, I'm not going to turn around and say, oh, but it's my thyroid. Oh, it's my hypothalamus. I'm going to say, no, I'm a fat fuck who just had 8 slices of pizza. I haven't seen reports describing how Iran can control the strait if their navy is gone. Or it only takes 1 missile to the cargo ship. It only takes 1. If you hit an oil tanker with anything that goes boom, shit, man, just so we're clear about oil tankers. Oil tankers are dangerous as shit to begin with. Okay? Oil tankers are dangerous as fuck. There are incidents on oil tankers without any enemy interference. There's underwater drones. There's underwater mines. It's only 12 miles across. 12 nautical miles across. They haven't destroyed all their missile firing capability. They're down to about approximately 100 launchers. The problem is they had approximately 2,500 ballistic missiles. They fired off approximately 900 to 1,200 of them. We don't have an exact number. We have managed to blow up the 550 launchers they had. We've managed to take them down to about 100. The problem is when you have 100 when you have about 100 launchers, it only takes one. Iran update is Israeli strike on oil refinery, and now Saudis are evacuating theirs due to threat of response. Right. This is where we've got all the bullshit coming in. We can't control the Strait of Hormuz. It's too narrow. It only takes one guy with a shoulder-mounted rocket system to blow up an oil tanker. It only takes one drone to blow up an oil tanker. Now, is one drone going to blow up an oil tanker 100% of the time? No. But if the drone hits, it hits the right way, you're good to go. Remember, the USS Cole had a huge hole blown in the side of it by a dirigible with guys in it with bombs. Yes, Iran has been attacking Saudi Arabia. Iran bombed. We do have air superiority. We have air supremacy. Air supremacy is an Air Force doctrine that is stated when they no longer have any air-to-air defense capability. They don't have the ability to launch any aircraft. You have air superiority when they can't put any aircraft into the air. You have air supremacy when they can't put any aircraft into the air, and they can't fire. When your hypothalamus is broken, it causes you to overeat and not metabolize food. No, it does do that, but you are in control of what you shove in your fucking pie hole. I know, I've lived with it since I was 5. I can't eat a lot of salt, sugar, all kinds of blood issues. Yeah, guess what? I'm gonna help you out, Rad, because mom and dad never did this for you, and no other adult in your life has ever done this for you, because you had problems at every school you went to because they were all trying to kill you. There was a big conspiracy to kill little old you. So I'll be the older brother that you never fucking had. Shut the fuck up. All you do is make excuses for yourself. If you have a fucking medical condition, then what it is you are in control of your fucking hand. You are in control of the food that goes in your mouth. If you're a fat fuck, don't pick up the spoon. Put the fucking fork down. Your hypothalamus doesn't cause you to pick up the fork and eat. The hypothalamus sends a signal to your stomach to say you should eat. Guess what? Only you can stop forest fires, and only you can stop yourself from eating. What you can do is, instead of making 8 servings of mashed potatoes and eating them all and say, it's my hypothalamus, you make 1 serving of mashed potatoes and you say, I'm gonna eat what I make. I'm tired of your fucking bullshit. You come into my show like this is your fucking personal self-help, woe is me support system. You're a fat fuck. It's okay. I'm a fat fuck. It's okay. I like food. It's okay. I'm gonna die prematurely of a heart attack. That's okay too. I'm gonna enjoy the life I have. I'm gonna enjoy fucking Disney and Mickey bars and hibachi and cheesecake and fucking Dole Whip. I'm gonna enjoy that shit. But what I'm not gonna do is make a bunch of bullshit excuses for why I'm that way. I'm that way because I'm a fat ass and I wanna be a fucking fat ass. Okay? I'm a fat ass. I like being a fat ass. I like eating steak. I like eating eggs. If we are a net exporter of oil, then why have our gas prices gone up? Profit taking. Cody, there is no reason that oil prices should have gone up until day 14. Because there was no disruption to the supply chain until day 14. We are a net exporter of oil, but there's 2 types of oil. Okay, there's 2 types. There's dirty crude and there's clean crude. And then inside of that, there's a spectrum of 6. I don't want to overwhelm people. I eat healthy and exercise and still gain weight. No, you don't. You're full of shit. No, the fuck you don't. You're full of shit. If that is the case, If that is the case, please report to the fucking FDA. Please report to John Hopkins, because you will be the first human being in fucking history that eats healthy, exercises, and gains weight. It's this simple, motherfucker. It's this fucking simple. Go to a calorie calculator. Find out what your baseline. I want you to live your life then. I will live your life, you pathetic fuck, because I don't make excuses for myself. Here, everybody, I gotta stop the show for a second, because I gotta help somebody. I gotta help somebody get out of their own fucking delusion. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna derail the fucking show because somebody thinks that they exist outside of the laws of fucking physics. Ready? Watch this. I'm 46 years old. I'm 5'11". I'm gonna call it 218. Ready? Now, activity, sedentary, little or no exercise. Why am I picking sedentary? So that I know what my actual caloric number is. So I'm gonna pick sedentary and I'm gonna hit calculate. Now, you see this shit right here? This shit is a wonderful fucking chart for whiny bitches like you, okay? For you specifically. For me, right? If I take in 2,269 calories or less a day, I will lose weight. If I eat healthy and I eat 8 salads, but those 8 salads are 2,400 calories, I will gain weight. That is it. It is that fucking simple, my man. It is this fucking simple. You see this chart? All you do is you go here. I'll even give you the fucking web address. There's the web address. Put in your height, put in your weight, put in your age, and always make your activity level sedentary. Little or no exercise. You can even do basal metabolic rate, and it'll tell you 1891. So if I stay under 1890 every single day, I will not gain weight. It is fucking impossible. It is biochemistry impossible if I eat 1,890 calories every single day for me to gain weight. Considering the fact that these numbers are radically different, little or no exercise just means walking around. That means going from my bedroom to my computer, down the stairs, to the mailbox and back. Now, you might have other problems, absolutely. But this bullshit that you live on, man, you make all your own excuses. I don't ban you because you are literally the best material. You've been coming around here for about 5 or 6 months with your bullshit. You represent the complete and total failure of both your parents educating you and the school educating you. And the last time I said that, you went on this fucking conspiracy theory about how you couldn't get an education because the school was trying to kill you. Guess what, motherfucker? You're an adult. You can get a library card. You can go and educate yourself. Holy shit, I just gave you... Yeah, it's a cheeseburger less than the rest of us a day. Exactly. That was you. That was totally you. That was absolutely you. Now, I'm gonna go on with the rest of the show because everybody here is gonna realize that you just want to be woe is me. I have a medical condition. Yes, you do. Move on. I have a medical condition. You're the guy that's not bound to a wheelchair, but sometimes in a wheelchair. You're the guy with the trailer, the not so trailer, the whatever the fuck it is. I don't give a fuck. The problem is, right now, today, what you're saying is, I have a medical condition that means I eat healthy and I exercise and I gain weight. Then go the fuck to John Hopkins, because you're an alien and they want to meet you. Put in your height, put in your weight, figure out what your basal metabolic rate is and stay below it. That's it. You can't gain weight. It's not fucking possible. What you probably have going on is you probably are lying to yourself, and what you're saying is, I eat healthy, but I eat a salad. I know lots of people that say they eat healthy. I know lots of motherfuckers say they eat healthy, they have a salad. Then I'm looking at them, and they put 9 tablespoons of fucking dressing on. And I look at them and I say, why the fuck don't you just straight shotgun out the fucking ranch bottle? I know people that say, I eat healthy, I make protein pancakes. I watch them eat the protein pancakes with 6 tablespoons of fucking syrup. What? Hey man, turn this bitch around. You see, that's 90 calories per tablespoon. Yeah? You just had 540 calories of fucking syrup. You had 540 calories of fucking syrup. Now, I'm done with your bullshit. I'm done with your mathematical, impossible nutrition, anatomy, physiology. If you are literally eating healthy and exercising, I do go to specialists in my hypothalamus. Dude, I don't give a shit if your hypothalamus is broken. You know what's broken? Your fucking brain is broken. Your self-control is broken. That's what's broken. My hypothalamus is broken. I take meds to control it. Put the fork down. That's all the fuck you need to do. Put the fucking fork down. But I'm gonna feel hungry. Drink fucking water. The body feels hunger because the body, the brain sends a signal to the stomach, and the stomach says, okay, and it puts acid into your stomach, and it says, now give me food to digest. Or the stomach is completely empty, and it puts acid into the stomach to say, give me food to digest. Give it water. It dilutes the acid in your stomach. Before you sit down to have fucking dinner, have an 8-ounce cup of water. The very first thing you should consume when you sit down to eat is 8 ounces of water. Helps you fill up faster. I eat healthy. So do I. I have a pound of steak. Holy shit, that's a lot of steak. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Why are oil prices in America high? Because what we have is we have two types of crude. We have dirty crude and we have light sweet crude. Now, you can refine either one of these and get all the products but stop. Let me back this up. You can't get certain types of you can only get certain types of aviation fuel from this, and you only get dirty power plant fuel from this. You can't get dirty power plant fuel from light sweet crude. You can't get high level aviation fuel from dirty crude. But what you can do is you take this and you mix it together, and then you get both products in the end. Now, was there any reason for gas prices to go up 70 cents since the start of the war with Iran? No. But why is gas going up? Well, the technical answer is because people that are in charge of making sure we don't run out of that shit, like Cuba did, they raise the price because your basic economics is if your supply stays the same and your demand stays the same, the only way you can cut utilization is to raise the price. But you generally don't touch the price. The price is generally the result. So now you start saying that I need the demand to go down because the supply is going down, so I raise the price. I'm changing the price artificially to compensate for the other side. Rad dude, shut the fuck up. No condition you have causes obesity. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. No condition causes obesity. Not a single fucking medical condition causes obesity. There is no fucking condition that will cause you to gain a pound from only eating 1,000 calories. You have to eat 3,000 calories to gain a pound. Period. Dot. No condition causes obesity. The condition lends itself to obesity because fat fucking people put the fucking fork in their face. I did look it up. I know, dude, I have multiple college degrees. One of my fucking backgrounds is in biomedicine. I have spent a lot of time reading about fucking conditions because I read every fucking day, you illiterate fuck. There is no condition that causes obesity. It leads to obesity. Overeating is the only thing that causes obesity. I can't with dumb fucking people. Rapid obesity, weight gain, accompanied by an appetite. Oh, you mean it causes the appetite, which causes your fat ass to overeat? Like I fucking said? Like the motherfuck I just said to you. This is rad. I want you to understand this. If you, me, and my cat are in a room together, the best you can be is the second smartest person in the room, and I'm gonna put my money on my cat. I'm sorry, but you are living in a fucking delusion, and I don't get paid nearly enough to fucking help support the walls of your delusion. These are all of the conditions. Weight gain, rapid, significant obesity. What's that word there, dumb fuck? What's that? Is that word appetite? Is appetite what causes you to overeat? And overeating over your calorie count is what causes the obesity? I think that's what the fuck I've been on about for 35 minutes with your dumb ass. Scroll down. To what? What would you like me to scroll down to? What would you like me to scroll down to? Because this is a fucking picture. So what do you want me to scroll down to? It's the end of the symptoms. So what? The next part is causes and pathology. Idiopathic means they don't know what causes it. What the fuck more excuse do you want? I'm calling you a fat fuck because you won't put the fork down. I'm sorry that everyone in your life has babied you. Your doctors, your parents, the teachers, everyone who failed you. They've all fucking babied you. You're a fat fuck. Put the fucking fork down. I've literally told you how to do it. You're trying to tell me that you exist outside of the confines of human biology. 3,000 calories equals 1 pound. That's it. That is it, motherfucker. You are a walking, talking representation of everyone making excuses for themselves. If you cut 3,000 calories out of your diet in a week, you'll lose a pound. If you drink 2 liters of Dr. Pepper, you'll gain a pound. Now, some people are fortunate. They have a really high metabolism. Those are the people that can drink this full of soda all day, every day, and not gain weight. I was one of those bitches a long time ago in a land far away. Because I used to run 10 miles pretty much every day. I had a really high sitting metabolism. When I stopped doing that, my sitting metabolism went down. That's the fucking calorie calculator. If you are gaining weight, eating under your calorie calculator, go to fucking John Hopkins. They want to meet you. Because you then defy the entirety of human fucking history of medical science. So shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're making excuses. You're making Americans look bad right now. Now get the fuck off Twitch and go for a walk, you fat fuck. And don't stop by fucking White Hen or the fucking gas station and get a Slurpee. Walk until your feet bleed. And then make a healthy sandwich with no mayo or eat a salad. Don't drink any Powerade. Have a fucking water. I guarantee you if you walk until your feet bleed every day, you have a salad, some protein, and some water, the weight will fall off of you. Yeah, order an Uber, have it drive you out to the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, and walk home. There you go. There you go. But this, ladies and gentlemen, cold water is amazing too. I wasn't a water person. Cold water, ice water, documented to help you burn 10 calories per quantity. I forgot what the quantity is. But, yeah, design your kitchen for laziness. No unhealthy choices in your kitchen at all. You want to know how to not snack on junk food? Don't have junk food. Holy fuck. Mind blow. You don't want to have, yeah, you walk 5 miles a day just so you can eat like a piece of shit sometimes. Why do Disney calories not count? Disney calories don't count because every day I'm at Disney, I walk like 15,000 steps. Why do I walk 15,000 steps? Because if I want a Dole Whip, I want a fucking Dole Whip. If I want a Mickey bar, I'm having that. I go to a thing called Sweets and Seats. Like I said, you need to live my life to understand. No, the fuck I don't, motherfucker. What about your life do I need to live? I don't need to live your life First of all, I'd probably fucking shoot myself, because if I had to live your life, it would mean I'd have to be that pathetic and that full of excuses. Dude, the first fucking thing I did the day I was medically cleared after being in the bed for 8 weeks, the first fucking thing I did was go for a walk. I said to the doctor, 3 o'clock in the afternoon appointment, I said, how far can I walk? The doctor said, you can walk for 15 minutes a day for 3 days, 30 minutes a day for 3 days, 45 minutes a day for 3 days, then you can get up to an hour. Got home with my wife, put the kid in the house. I said, let's go. I was still in the big ass fucking plastic boot. She's like, what are you doing? I said, the doctor said I can walk for 15 minutes. I said, let's do 6 out, because I'll probably need 9 to get back. So my wife just clicked her watch. We walked for 6 minutes. I got 4 houses away. I hadn't walked in 8 weeks. I'd been flat on my back for 8 weeks. The farthest I walked was from the bed to the pisser and back. That's less than 20 feet. You're full of fucking shit. I don't need to live your life. I don't need to live your life with your bullshit excuses. Why? Because I have other people in my life with medical conditions that they try to say, oh, it's my medical condition. I'm fat because my medical condition. No, you're fat because you put the fork in your mouth too much. You eat too many fucking donuts. You have too much sweet food. But I'm addicted to sweets. Yeah, so am I, motherfucker. I'm a recovered fucking addict. Go Google recovered addicts. What do we crave? Sweets. Why? I don't know. Because we fucking do. Yeah, nuts are fat. They tell you eat nuts. They're good for you. They're good for you if you're a bodybuilder. They're a great snack for you if you're a bodybuilder and your body needs that configuration. Look at the fucking serving of peanuts. A serving of almonds. Dude, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I can't handle stupid people. This is why I'm not a good teacher for young kids. Because I can't handle stupid people. Yes, his condition is probably hard to deal with, but everybody in his life pats him on the head and tells him you're trying so hard. I don't do that shit. I'll call you a fat fuck. Are you fat? Yeah. Well, you're a fat fuck then. Well, I don't want to be. Great. Then put the fork down. My wife had spinal cord surgery. Her hands and feet are still numb. She can't walk very well, so we got a bike pedal to sit in front of her. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A pound of ribeye with steak, a pound of ribeye with eggs every day. I can't do the caveman diet, but the caveman diet is amazing. 40 to 60 grams of chewable protein as your first meal of the day is a great way to do it. Because then your body is like, okay, we're getting enough protein. You're going to let me rebuild muscle mass and produce glycogen and force me to stay in protein digestion. If I don't have enough calories, I'll just trim a little off the fat as we go. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. But what do people have in the morning? They have coffee with 2 sugars and a cream. They have a fucking donut or a cruller or a pastry. They have a fucking, bowl of sugary ass cereal. Even if they don't have a bowl of sugary ass cereal, they have a bowl of fucking Raisin Bran, which is good for you. For lunch, you shouldn't be starting your day off with carbs. Yeah, they love the sweet iced coffees. Now, I love me my sweet iced coffee. I make caramel coffee. Because of my broken hypothalamus, it caused... Oh, guys, he finally admitted it. Let's put it on the screen. He finally fucking got there. Because of my hypothalamus, it causes me to be hungry and thirsty more, so I eat and drink like a pig, and I wonder why I'm fat. He told me I needed to look it up, but isn't that what the fuck I've been saying? It's a fucking miracle! Hallelujah, Jafar! You got there. I knew you'd get there eventually. You finally got there. Your broken thalamus causes you to be hungry. Hungry doesn't make you fat. I'm done here. Yeah, be done here. Because you're a fat fuck who's pathetic, who makes excuses, and no one's ever told you that. So I'll tell you that. Holla fucking Lula, man. You got to the fucking end result. Your broken thing makes you hungry. You being hungry causes your fat fuck face to stuff itself, and then you say, I'm not fat. Nom 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 nom. It's like this, man. I want to remind you. This is not a single serving bag of chips, right? This is 6 servings of chips. Num, 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 num. This motherfucker over here probably has 2 or 3 of those a day. But I eat healthy. It's not my fault. Num, 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 num. My obesity is killing me. I gotta go to the hospital. Somebody knock a wall out for me. Knock a wall out for me. Call the crane. We're gonna need the crane to put my fat ass in the ambulance. And shit. Somebody get me a fucking dozen donuts, because this hypothalamus is killing me. I can't eat stuff like that. You can't eat stuff like this. Hold on. You can't eat stuff like baked, not fried chips. Oh, you can't? Dried potatoes, olive oil, cornstarch, sugar, sea salt, and dextrose. A whopping 2 grams of sugar. No, you can eat these, motherfucker. You can absolutely eat these. These have 2 grams of sugar in them. You absolutely can eat them. You absolutely can. I eat them because they only have 2 grams of sugar in them. That's why I eat them. You have to eat low carbs. Serving size of this, 20 grams. You're not getting much lower than that. What other bullshit do you want to argue with the guy that has the background in nutrition, anatomy, and physiology? What other bullshit do you want to throw at me? Your body needs carbs. A serving size of that is 20 carbs. You could have 1 serving of those potato chips and still have between 20 and 30 carbs for the day. Because don't fucking tell me your doctor has you on a sub 50 gram of carb lifestyle if you're taking insulin. What other bullshit do you want to throw at me? You need carbs to live. So what other bullshit would you like to throw at me? Your body needs carbs. You can't live without carbs. I can't eat stuff like that. I've held the bag of chips up. I've responded to it twice, and now he's saying you're just done. Let's move on to anybody else in the world. Let's just move on. How fat are we talking here? I'm thinking Rosie O'Donnell size. Iran threatens energy assets in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE after attacks on its gas facilities. Iran state television published a threat saying the Islamic Republic would be attacking oil and gas infrastructure in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. What the fuck is Israel and the United States doing? Because we bombed theirs. Iran specifically threatened Saudi Arabia. It threatened UAE because its South Pars gas field and associated infrastructure came under attack earlier Wednesday. Israel is... Why would they attack Saudi Arabia? Because Saudi Arabia is allowing the United States to operate air bases in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is being blamed for the attacks on Iran by the US assets. We have military bases in Saudi Arabia. Let me see it. I gotta find an unclassified map to do this. No, the direction Israel is taking isn't from the US. Israel is doing their own thing. Israel told the United States we're attacking regardless. And that's why we're supporting them. I wouldn't have supported them. Vote Jalan for president in the next presidential election. I'll stop bombing countries and I'll feed our children. Vote Jalan for president and I'll make sure our kids grow up to know how to read. Vote Jalan for president and I won't give foreign aid to feed starving children in other countries while we still have 1 in 6 American children don't have enough to eat. You're using the Air Force fitness program to get in better shape before applying. What other programs do you guys recommend? If you are going to join the Air Force, use the Air Force fitness program. What I will tell you is run double what the test is. The thing you want to be able to do best if you go to basic training is run. For the Air Force specifically is run. A lot of people train 1.5 miles before they go to the Air Force. Train 4 miles. You want to be able to run 1.5 miles like it's nothing. The other thing you can do is if you're get a deck of cards. Is it 2 now? They finally moved it up to 2. Then you want to run 5. You want to be able to run 5. I know they were talking about going to 2. It didn't happen during my career. I would have loved it to be 2. Oh shit, I would have loved it to be 3. What you can do is you take a deck of cards and you carry that deck of cards with you like around, and you pull a card out, and if it's a 5, you do 5 push-ups. You pull the next one, it's a 7, you do 7 sit-ups or crunches. I know the Air Force PT test changed, so you can do planks now as well. If they do planks, the number is how many tens of seconds you do. If you pull a 7, you do 70 seconds of planks, which is hard. But yeah, here's an unclassified map. This is all the US bases in the Middle East. So what I will do is I will pop this into all the chats. If you're interested in seeing where the US has resources, so like King Fahad Air Base, we don't have anybody there, but we want to put people there. I will tell you, there are some, like Prince Sultan Air Force Base. We were gone from there for like 16 years. Our B-1 bombers are there. So Israel made the calculation that this was the best time to attack with support from the US. I don't believe another president would have supported Israel militarily to the extent Trump has. Iran, you are correct. Iran has no functional targeting. Yeah, that is the publicly known locations. I always have to be careful. I have to always, for me specifically, I have to show a publicly available map, because in the back of my noodle, I have shit that I can't say. And I won't be able to say for 88 more years. My NDA when I left was a 99-year NDA. They do that so that you're long dead. They make it a point to tell you your NDA is for 99 years. It's your final security debrief. But Iran has no targeting. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. Iran has some level of targeting, because you can't fire a missile with no level of targeting. You can send a target. You have to program coordinates for the missile. The problem is Iran is using some Chinese missiles, and I don't know if the missiles Iran is firing from China, if it's Iran not having good targeting capability, or if these Chinese missiles are just shit. See, a big problem we have is everybody's like, China has just created a 6th generation fighter. Really? Because what they're building is a stolen replica of the F-22. Know how Trump brags about using airstrips without permission in his ISIS strikes? I wonder if he did that with any of this, forcibly dragging Gulf states into this. So when you have an agreement with a foreign nation for the base, you also have an agreement for what that base will be used for. if I gotta be careful how I word this. And you know it's gotta be important if I'm taking a minute to think about what I'm gonna say. If you launch fighters from a base, and those fighters go on to perform an offensive mission, you may find clearance to land revoked. Meaning those fighters took off from the base, but now they're being denied entry back into the airspace because they went off and did something outside of your agreement. Now, what exactly are they going to do if you try to land aircraft at a base and they say no? Are they going to fire on your aircraft? They could, but probably not. Are they going to fine you? Yes. Are we going to pay the fine? Probably not. To be fair, Iran initially probably don't know where anything came from. No, they knew where it came from. People need to stop thinking that Iran doesn't have... Well, Iran had spent 47 years building their air defense network. My whole life, Iran was waiting for this my whole lifetime, my whole lifespan. After the revolution, Iran has been building up their air defense grid the best they could. They thought that their air defense network would last more than a day. B-1s are now avoiding European airspace on the trip back to the UK. Why would B-1s be going to the UK? You've confused me. We have aircraft that fly out of the UK. Yeah, we have B-1. You say B-1s are now avoiding European airspace. But we base our B-1s for combat operations out of Saudi Arabia. So, I'm confused. We rotate aircraft through Lakenheath and Mildenhall when they're rotating back stateside. Hold on. Oh, they're operating out of Fairford? I didn't think about Fairford. I was thinking about Lakenheath and Mildenhall. Interesting. Okay. How are they flying? Are they flying around international water to go back to the UK? Iran invested heavily in training citizens to manufacture war capability and strategy. Yeah. Yeah, Switzerland won't allow us to fly direct attack missions. Yeah, I just looked it up. We are in fact operating out of Fairford. I forgot about Fairford. But the problem is all these countries are telling the US what they can and cannot do, which they should. But to what end? As I showed at the beginning of the show, Donald Trump, they stayed neutral by taking a side. No, they didn't stay neutral by taking a side. They condemned the aggression by taking a side. It's too late now. The war has started. Yeah, but like France has a deal with Iran to not get their oil tankers blown up that leave through the Strait of Hormuz. Like Asian countries, where 70 ships were able to cross through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. And Donald Trump is like, they should just risk it. Dude, Donald Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I know for a fact that any contingency planning for the Middle East would have included discussions on the Strait of Hormuz. Great, you sank their whole navy, you sank their whole air force. You literally showed them what the world already knew. The United States can eliminate any other military off the board. And I hate that people want to argue this fact. The United States versus the rest of the world, and I'm not bullshitting here. The United States versus the rest of the world. I will have people around the rest of the world say the rest of the world's military is bigger. And I say, no, your infantry is bigger. And your infantry doesn't mean shit. Because without a way to move your troops to America, your infantry is useless, because we don't plan, if we fight the rest of the world, we don't plan on fighting it on a boots on the ground war, except if Canada and Mexico don't surrender immediately. Let's say a hypothetical scenario, the rest of the world versus the United States. Mexico and Canada would immediately say, we're out. Why? Because we're the ones that have to deal with ground-based forces. The rest of the world has 11 aircraft carriers. We're down to 11. Well, we have 12, but we're going to be down to 11 here in just a second when the Nimitz is decommissioned. I hate the fact that my country has 11 floating warfare packages, and let's be honest, we would only field 7 of them. We would keep 2 on each coast for defense. But each of the 7 carriers we would go on the offense with takes out a country. Doesn't completely annihilate the country, but each carrier strike group can hit 300 strategic targets without aircraft. Most countries don't have 300 strategic targets. England doesn't want to fight America. England is, the United Kingdom is the country, is the conglomeration of countries with probably the strongest navy after ours. And they don't want to fight us because they know full damn well their navy would get sunk by one carrier strike group. The United States has too much power. And now the world is seeing what happens when too much power is in the hands of a fucking child. Yeah, we are going to put US Marines on that island that Iran uses to move oil out of the region. Yeah, the irony is the US and Israel have already taken out every strategic target in Iran they can find. Karg Island. That's it. The thing is there's about 100 mobile launchers left, and we can only find them when they launch a missile. We have to wait until they launch a missile before we can find the launcher, because they can be under an overpass. And the problem is, if they're under an overpass and they nose out, they fire the missile and they nose back, we might not hit the launcher when we return fire. We might hit the overpass. But as you saw, let me see if I can get the number real quick. The number of ballistic missiles Iran is firing every day is dropping. See if I can find a quick. On the first days, Iran was firing 90 to 167 ballistic missiles. Now they're firing about 40 a day. We've destroyed 60 to 75% of their launch capability. Well, their missile fire rate has dropped 92%. Oh, here we go. If we can trust... Nah, that's not what I want. If we can trust this source... Where the fuck is... I just saw it. So here's what they were firing. Right? February 2026 ballistic missiles. 480 on the first day, 520, 400, 350, 250, 150, 100, 70, 50, 40, and now they're not firing any. Yeah, Iran is saying they're holding back, but the problem is our intel says they had 2,500 ballistic missiles. They fired 2,410. So, right? The problem is they're not going to fire ballistic missiles at their own oil processing facilities. I mean, they might. You'll kill some American troops, but here's where the really dangerous part comes in. You kill some American troops, then Iran is going to have said, well, we've killed some Americans. And America's going to say, well, we're going to increase our military bombing of your country. And Iran will say, great. Who cares? It'll be a huge air campaign getting those Marines on Karg Island. Why? Why would it be a huge air campaign? Why would there be an air campaign at all? Iran has no air force left. Iran has no navy left. Why would there be an air campaign? We're putting them in by boat. We're not dropping them in as paratroopers. Wrong group of people. They really might. They might. But the problem is they will be flown in. No, TWO. No, they won't be flown in. They're not. No, they're not going to be flown in at all because they're fucking Marines that we're sending. They're not paratroopers. We can't land there. So how the fuck are we flying them in? Work with me here. To fly troops in, you either drop them like sticks with parachutes or you land. We can't land there. So how are we flying them in? I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but I'm trying to like rationalize. If we were sending in paratroopers, we wouldn't be sending in Marines. We'd be sending in the 101st Airborne. We have a group of people that specialize in parachuting. We have lots of people in the Army that go to jump school. It's not just the 101st, but we have paratroopers. But we're sending Marines. Marines get off boats. Marines don't jump out of planes. Different group of people. Marines like their boats. I mean, it would be easy to beat Iran if they destroyed certain resources, but that would probably be against international law. How do you beat Iran? By blowing up certain infrastructures? The more you blow up Iran, the more you make the Ayatollah beloved. No, we care about international law. Some of it. Yeah, because when you put Marines in the helicopters, they lick the windows up. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment. Marines like the water. They like their feet on the ground. Marines are all like B.A. Baracus. They don't like being airborne. I mean, it's a joke because the Marines have their own air force. But the Marines have planes. Seabees. Seabees are the building corps. They go in and they build what we need. The problem is we have to land on the island, take the island, fortify the island, and hope to God that they don't bomb their own island. But here's the piece. I want to take it back a step. I don't want to talk about the hows. I want to talk about the by what rights. By what right does America seize the Venezuelan president? By what right do we seize Venezuelan oil? By what right do we tell Venezuela they can't buy oil or they can't sell oil? By what right do we do these things? The only right that we do these things by is military might. Yeah, the right of conquest. We have no legitimate right to sanction Russia. We have the right to tell Russia, we're not going to buy from you as long as you're in Ukraine. But then, could somebody please get back to this charming chap, Karl von Clausewitz? This is a great book on war if you've never read it. It's an amazing book. I gave all my military books away when I left the military, and then I bought new copies of them because I still reference them. Why do we still have... Why at the beginning of the Russian war did we just not round up all the Russians that were here on visas and send them home? Wouldn't that make sense? Because of the actions of your nation, we're rounding all of you up and sending you back to your nation so that we can take all these disgruntled people, send them back to Russia and say they're the reason that you got kicked out of America? Oh, we won't do that. Oh, okay. See, I don't mind how Trump is winning the war. I don't mind how Israel... Let me say it even more inflammatory. I don't mind how Israel is winning the war. Right? But what I do mind is that we need to keep hold on. We need to go to war the way war was meant to be fought. We're going to go in, we're going to blow up all of your power production capability. We're going to blow up all of your telecommunication. We're going to blow up all of your roads, all of your airports, all of your ports, your Navy, your Army, your Air Force. And then we're going to go the fuck home. We're just going to go the fuck home. Now, for what you said something really important. You said Mina is the which the fuck tab is it on? Mina is the perfect example of might makes right being wrong. We keep going back over and over and over. Well, first of all, the big problem that we have is that somehow Iran got included in the Middle East. Iran shouldn't be included in the Middle East. Iran doesn't speak the language. Iran isn't Arabic. Iran is Persian. You have people, we have arbitrarily decided that we are going to lump Iran into the Middle East, North Africa, when Iran is so culturally different to Iraq that you need to, it's a completely different subject matter expert level to even begin understanding the idiosyncrasies between those two nations. But what we like to do is, and I'm sorry, but I've heard this, I've heard this several times. It's the brown people. I don't know what country it is. It's the country with the Arabic-speaking brown Muslims. What the fuck just came out of your mouth? You don't know the country, but it's the Arabic-speaking brown Muslims. Motherfucker, that's like one of 13 countries in just the Middle East. These are the same people that don't understand that you don't call an Egyptian an African American. But Egypt's in Africa. Right. They don't consider themselves African. They consider themselves Egyptian. They consider themselves attached to the Middle East, not attached to Africa. I agree with you. Persia isn't Middle East, but explain that to MAGA and Trump. We need a fucking president that has higher than a third grade atlas. I'll be right back. The USS Tripoli has no landing craft. The Marines will most likely be airlifted. So they're going to be helicoptered in. Also, keep in mind that we have an awful lot of other ships already in the region. The only piece of information we have right now is 2,500 Marines on the USS Tripoli. We have landing craft already in the Middle East. But we're not dropping them in. It's paratroopers. We don't even know if we're going to put them on the ground. This could just be another, it's not just the Tripoli going. The only thing that's the public piece is we have 2,500 Marines on the Tripoli. I think you're forgetting that we have a whole carrier strike group at the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, not at the mouth. We backed off to fucking stop having to waste $500,000 per drone. But we have a whole naval strike group there. We have options. Well, no, they didn't pull the strike group from Japan. They reassigned the strike group that was in that region to the Persian Gulf, and they backfilled another carrier strike group into the Chinese region. I mean, we currently still have 12 of them. We move them around. We just move them around like they're chess pieces. For the first time ever, we're committing a third carrier to a single engagement. That scares the shit out of me. I'm betting it's because one of the two carriers is well overdue to come home. And keep in mind, those sailors have been at sea for 11 months. They were due to come home and rotate, and then they got forward deployed. I don't think we're going to leave 3 carrier strike groups. The one on fire being called out. Yes, there was a fire aboard one of the carriers. It was not the result of an attack. It was the result of an incident on the ship. It happens. It especially happens when you're conducting military operations of this magnitude for the first time in 10 years. Keep in mind, we lost 3 F-15. Well, yeah, we lost 3 F-15s because we didn't share all the IFF codes with Kuwait, and their air defense system shot down 3 of our F-15s. We had an air-to-air collision between KC-135s. This is what happens when you have a military that's been out of practice for a decade. A little more, about a decade. This is what happens. Yeah, the Ford has been at sea for 10 months. They were due to return home. So, why do we hold back so much? Like I said, the war has started. It can only end one way now. Well, no, it can end. It can end multiple ways. For example, one of the things that we keep doing is we keep talking on behalf of our allies. President Jalan won't do that. Iran says, we didn't bomb schools. We need to stop that. Let me clarify that. A school was bombed, but we didn't do that. Israel may have, but here is the problem with the whole scenario. You build an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps complex with multiple buildings in it, right? You build this complex, and at one point, all of these buildings belong to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And then you reclassify one of these buildings as a school and another one of these buildings as a hospital. The problem is, the best intel we had was at one point, all of these were valid military targets. I've been in planning meetings, and what I will tell you is that if this was known to be a school, somebody reaches into a fucking folder and they pull out this other form and they have to go through an entire form of questions of whether or not striking anywhere in this complex is now legitimate. Is the risk of collateral damage too high? Is this an important enough target that we have to hit it? If they didn't know this was a school, if this was still labeled as an Islamic Republican Guard Corps building, they might not have known that it had been converted into a school. Does that excuse hitting it? No, it does not. But there is a big difference. Between intentionally hitting a school that you knew was a school, accidentally hitting a school that you knew was a school, and accidentally hitting a school that you didn't know was a school. Do I think it's bullshit that you build a school in the middle of a military compound? Yeah, I do. The US military usually has all of the military-centric buildings on one part of the base, and the school and housing away from that, so the enemy couldn't say, well, we accidentally hit your house. Well, we weren't targeting your houses. One of our rockets malfunctioned, dropped into your housing. I'm sorry, our bad. Versus you have houses all around the military complex, and the enemy says, well, you chose to ring your military facility with off-limits targets, and we made the determination that you had 13 generals in that building, and the strike was worth it. Remember, the guy the other day that wanted to get all bent out of shape, Iran is a terrorist state. They probably have missile. No, stop. Iran is not a terrorist state. Iran is a state that sanctions terrorism, two totally different things. Hamas, the Gaza Strip is a terrorist state. The Gaza Strip was governed by Hamas, a self-proclaimed terrorist organization. West Yemen is a terrorist state. West Yemen is a terrorist state because they are the Houthi rebels who have claimed 70% of the population and 30% of the land. I'm not saying Iran is good, but I'm saying we can't just arbitrarily say they're a terrorist state when that phrase has meaning. They have state-sponsored terrorism, absolutely. They pay for terrorists, absolutely. But they're a theocracy. What we have is a lot of people want to use the wrong words to craft the narrative. Yeah, let's be real. Israel doesn't give a shit if they hit a school or not. That's exactly it. Israel doesn't know. Israel doesn't care. Doesn't Israel have one of the best intel cores? If they said we didn't know it was a school, I don't know. I don't believe Israel. Israel can't turn around and say we would never intentionally hit a school when they blew up 15 hospitals and multiple schools in the Gaza Strip. I don't believe anything Israel has to say because Israel is using military force against unarmed civilian populations. Now, the guy on Monday who wanted to get bent out of shape about terrorists don't get POW protections. Here's how this works. Okay, here's how this works. I'm in combat. This is a mosque. This is a school. This is an enemy building. And we're firing at this enemy building. This is lawful combat. This is lawful combat. If I get captured, I become a POW, and I cannot say that, or my captors can't say I'm being put on trial for shooting at their troops. Because if everybody's abiding by the Geneva Conventions, I'm involved in lawful combat. I'm a uniformed member of my military. I'm shooting at uniformed members of your military. I get POW protections. I decide to shoot at the mosque. I'm still a lawful combatant who did unlawful things. I can be charged with a war crime even as a POW. Because I committed a war crime. I can be tried for that. And then somebody would say, but no, you get POW protections. No, I keep POW protections until I act in an unlawful manner. Now, I'm shooting at this, and something happens and a rocket goes off course and hits the mosque. I'm a lawful combatant who was conducting lawful operations and an accident happened. I may not be tried for war crimes. My defense is I didn't intend to shoot the mosque. I was shooting at your troops. There was a misfire. Yes, your people died. It wasn't intentional. Okay. If we condemn Iran for state-sponsored terrorism, we have to condemn the US too. Right. If we condemn Iran for state-sponsored terrorism, we've done the same thing. But again, we haven't agreed to be members of the International Criminal Court, so we can't be tried in international court for the things we do, which is really fucking convenient at the end of the day if you think about it. We hold other people accountable. But we blew up a number of Venezuelan ships. And people say, but the intel tells us they were terrorists or narco-terrorists. That's cool. Your law passed in your country says they're narco-terrorists. Then wait until they cross international waters into your waters and do whatever the fuck you want to them. Right? So, here's Florida. Don't fuck with my map. Here's national waters. If this boat is out here in international waters, you have to follow international law. The moment that boat crosses into your national waters, do whatever you want. You want to blow them up? Great, do that. Because now you haven't violated international law. You believe they're narco-terrorists. Do that. The International Criminal Court is a joke. Putin has been a wanted international criminal for 4 years. He's traveled outside the U.S. with zero repercussions. He was in the U.S. last August. Yeah, but we're not beholden to turn over criminals to international court because we're not members of the international court. Now, when when Benjamin got to Germany, he should have been arrested and turned over. You say you grew up with Iran hijacking planes. The last time Iran hijacked a plane was 1995. There's been other plane incidents other than Iran. So, I mean, you can have whatever view of Iran for whatever reason, but the last time they hijacked a plane was 1995. So I think that just bears a little bit of calling out. Let's see. Iran executed Swedish citizen. Sweden's foreign minister says Iran has executed a Swedish citizen after Iranian officials announced the first execution of a man convicted of spying since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war. I've received information that a Swedish citizen was executed in Iran earlier today. The Iran ambassador in Stockholm has been summoned to condemn the decision, adding the legal proceedings leading up to the execution did not meet the standards of due process. There is no defending Iran. They are terrible. No, there's a lot. Nobody is defending Iran's actions. My defense is of Iran's sovereignty. I think we're forgetting that regardless of what happens, we have to respect the sovereignty of a nation. As I've said, President Jalan would tell all Americans, if you go to Iran and you get captured, I'm not risking American lives to come and save you. Stay the fuck out of Iran, stay the fuck out of Russia, stay the fuck out of China. Don't go to North Korea with your Bibles and your rosaries. Most of Africa is off limits. Go to Egypt, it's cool. Go to South Africa if you really need to. There's some other cool places in Africa, but stay the fuck out. Theocracies are bad. Really. Theocracies are bad. What the fuck has the Vatican done? They're a theocracy. The Holy See is a theocracy. What has it done lately that's been bad? We got to be careful painting things about democracies are bad or theocracies are bad or monarchies are bad. We got to be careful. Any form of government can be bad. Any form of government can be bad. Any form of government can be good. I like to think I'd be a good dictator. I think I'd be a good one. Because then people like the guy in here earlier that was complaining about his brain making him fat would be gathered up and taken to class and be like, look, that motherfucker is spouting some next level bullshit. Scoop him up, put him in a fucking classroom until he fucking gets it. If your brain makes you fat, I leave you in a room with no food, you're still going to get fat, right? I think the problem is you have good people or you have evil people or you have indifferent people. Iran is bad. Again, Crab, I said at the start of the show, we're not going down the morality of Iran because for every point you make about Iran being bad, I can make a counterpoint about the United States being bad, and your morals don't get to apply to Iran. You think a law is bad. I hate to tell you, torture is allowed in some of our allies' countries. Torture is legal in some of our allies' countries. Why the fuck do you think we turn over international suspects to our allies? Because we don't have time to take them to Gitmo. And if we give them to our allies, there's no crime being committed. What do you mean? We profit off child labor and slavery. Yeah, that we are terrible. Thank you. So stop saying Iran is bad if the United States is bad. It doesn't change the fact that Iran is bad. You are correct. But a morally bankrupt nation who is bad has no right to tell another nation they are bad. If we were a great nation, if we had President Jalan and we had a 97% literacy rate and a 99% employment rate and a 99% we take care of our veterans rate and a 99% no kids are hungry rate and we have enough doctors and Medicare for all and low taxes and we had all that good shit, I would still say we don't have the right to go tell Iran shit. And when you say, but why, we're such a good nation, I would say, because we only have a 97% literacy rate, so we're still failing 3% of our own people. Oh, well, 3% isn't that much. It's 9 million fucking people. We're feeding 99% of the children. Let's go bomb Iran. Nope, because we still have to reach 1% of our own people. We're doing all these wonderful things. But we're not perfect yet, so we have no right to tell another sovereign nation. We still do that today. Illegals, underpaid, and used in indentured servitude. I agree with you. I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to say something pretty controversial that makes some people uncomfortable. But we have the open sex trade in America, yet we have the audacity to tell another country they're morally bad. You are never more than an hour away from a strip club. You are never more than one website address away from the most horrific porn you've ever seen. You are never more than 3 hours away. I have to say 3 because there's parts of Utah. You are never more than 3 hours away from being able to get drunk off your ass. We have strip clubs. We have legal prostitution. And that's just the legal shit. How can a country that allows the exploitation of people have the fucking audacity to tell another sovereign nation what they're doing is bad? If we're dealing with a scale of bad, then let's fix ourselves first. You have 100% literacy, 100% people with jobs, 100% of people taken care of. Now you're in a state to say, okay, we've figured it out. Now what we bring you is this good shit. We're bringing you the answer. We've got to get past this point of calling other countries bad while we're bad. I'm pissed off we've spent $100 billion or more. By the way, when I say we've spent $100 billion in Iran, that's just the ordnance. We've burned through $100 billion in ordnance. We have operational costs. Let me tell you, we're hitting something else in Iran. I can't tell you how I know, but we're hitting another strategic target in Iran, and you're going to see it sometime in the next 36 hours. That's all I can share. But I know that we're hitting another strategic target in Iran, and it'll probably be known in about the next 36 hours. People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. They also shouldn't use the bathroom on the first floor. When we have a utopia, we can tell others how to do it, right? And that's why I'm so hard on people like Rad who come in here and feel sorry for themselves. There is nothing, more depressing to me than a person who makes excuses for themselves. I think somebody mentioned earlier, and I didn't jump on it right away. You guys are okay. I don't have time to jump into what you two are talking about, but just to clarify for you two have taken two separate events and you've merged them into one. Ross Perot had a private rescue event, but that was for him to rescue two members of his company. There were Ross Perot, yeah, you guys are crossing two different topics. The hostage crisis, which made Carter look bad, ended up getting 8 service members killed in Operation Eagle Claw when a helicopter crashed in the desert. And Carter took 444 days freeing these 52 Americans. That's Operation Eagle Claw. Then you had the Ross Perot private special forces, but he was only aiming to get 2 guys out. He was only aiming to get out the 2 employees of EDS. So those have crossed over. Somebody mentioned that why the Shah of Iran got overthrown. Well, the Shah of Iran was authoritarian, not democratic. People say that the revolution under the Ayatollah was great. The Shah's secret police, they are unfucking real. They were they fucked up people left and right. The problem was Iran didn't like that the Shah was too Western. He was seen as anti-Islamic. Khomeini was a religious cleric who openly attacked the Shah, called him corrupt, called him a puppet of the West. He got exiled. From exile, he built a following inside of Iran. Like all countries that have capitalism, with rapid inflation in the 1970s. By the way, guys, if you want to talk about why the United States was so fucked, studying Iran is a great example, because oil money causes inflation. In 1978, 1979, you have mass protests breaking out. The Shah flees the country. And when the Shah flees the country, Khomeini returned and was treated like the national savior. So he became a leader through words. The problem is, all power corrupts. See, and I'm not this like pillar of moral virtue, because I got my sins, right? Like, I better hope that Catholicism is correct, because if the Egyptian guy with the scales comes to weigh my heart, I'm going to fucking hell. Well, I'm going to hell anyway. It's where my chair is. I'm not going to leave Satan down there for too long. He's going to think he's in charge. But we all are capable of bad. Yeah, Anubis. We all are capable of bad. We all are capable of good. The problem is, D&D summed this up for a lot of us. There is no such thing as universal good, and there is no such thing as universal bad. I can't use the example because it would then be clipped and sent to the Secret Service, and I'll have a problem. But imagine there's a country out there that has an actual Cheeto poof as a president. Chester Cheetah. Imagine Chester Cheetah is in charge of a country, and he's a terrible dictator. And I walk into his office and I shoot him in the head. Am I good or am I evil? Well, some people would say you're evil. You committed murder. But I'm not evil, because I didn't claim the power. I didn't take the power. I'm chaotic good. I operated outside of the laws to do the greater good. Now this country is free from this dictator. The problem is, what we have. No, you did something wrong and justified it. No, I did something right and justified it. What? I did something right and justified it. You see how easy that is? I killed a dictator. I brought freedom to a country. How dare you say I'm wrong? What sort of warped fucking morals do you have? Oh, it's only right because I justified it. Oh, okay. So hold on. All 1 million people of this island nation all praise me and say thank you. Am I right now? Was that murder okay? Because it's not a murder now. Because they don't charge me. It's an assassination. I brought peace, freedom, and security to my new empire. Right and wrong, good and evil, are just a perspective of where you're standing. No, it's exactly it. You need to enlighten yourself that right and wrong, right, right and wrong only exist from a perspective. If you kill anyone that is wrong in any circumstance, incorrect. 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 Because my Bible tells me the commandment is thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill. Because I know how to read ancient languages. I know how to read the original version. The commandment isn't thou shalt not kill. The commandment is thou shalt not murder. Even Jesus said, he without a sword who has a cloak should sell his cloak and buy a sword. Killing isn't always wrong. You say if you kill anyone that is wrong in any circumstance. So in Crab's opinion, I walk into my home. Even if you killed someone by accident, you feel guilt. No, you might feel guilt. Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you something. I have no guilt. I walk into the house, someone's raping my wife. They're already dead. They just don't know it yet. There is 0 out of 0 situation, 0 out of a million situations where that person is living. I fucking guarantee you, I walk in my house and my wife is being raped, you're fucking dead. You're dead. If I beat the fuck out of you and you happen to live, when you're in jail, I'll go commit a crime, have a brick on me when I get arrested and say, put me in the cell with the guy who raped my wife and go get a fucking coffee. Here's your brick. Here's your stack. There is no world. You rape my wife, there's no fucking hole you can crawl in. I will burn through my fortune to find you. And that's if you hurt my wife. The motherfuck you think I'm gonna do, you touch one of my daughters or my granddaughters. You touch my daughter, I will burn your family down for 3 generations. I will go 3 generations back. And if you only have 2 generations back alive, I'll dig up your great grandma to piss on her because her offspring touched my child. Okay? And there's a lot of people that are probably horrified and mortified at what I said. And there's a lot of people that are fucking salute and cheering for it. We should just kill each other for all eternity. No, we should kill those people that need to be killed. We should kill those people who have taken it upon themselves to influence outside of normal bounds other people. If you commit violence, then on you violence shall be committed. If you commit because if everybody stopped committing violence, then nobody would have a reason. Yeah, everybody fucking rooted for John Wick taking revenge for the dog in the car. It's not like Vigo's son killed his wife, killed his dog, and again, you kill a dog, you should die. But there's a fucked up TV show called The Following with Kevin Bacon. I nearly had to turn it off. Second episode threw me for a loop, but the problem is it's the plot line from Taken and Taken 2. So guy's daughter gets kidnapped, guy kills kidnapper. Kidnapper kidnaps wife. Husband kills father because he says, I can't let this go. Violence is necessary for peace. If you want peace, prepare for war. But the problem is not everybody else prepared for war. The US prepared for war. Because there's no big brother, there's no cousins, there's no family to come along and tell the United States and Israel you've gone too far. The problem is you have a fucking maniac in office. Let's be honest. What would happen if England and France, as a show of force, moved their 2 carrier strike groups off the coast of Washington, stayed in international waters? But what would happen if England and France moved their fleets started burning their fleets towards America? Yeah, that's the flaw with if you don't have, don't judge those if you have any sin. Except I can judge all I want. Because according to my rule set, I have a bunch of things I'm not proud of, but I went to confession and I go back to heaven. Why the fuck do you think reconciliation? Can you though? You just told me I can't call Iran bad. Yeah. You can't call Iran bad if you live in a country that's worse. We have the largest GDP and 1 in 6 American children live in poverty. Well, at least we're not killing them. No, we're just killing them slowly. Right? We're just killing them slowly. Oh my God, Iran is terrible. Yeah, but so are we. The only difference between me and everyone else is they hide out fucked up better. Yeah, they hide out how they are. The problem is we need to get morals out of we need to get morals out of it. We need to stop having a gradient of how bad is bad. How bad is bad? Bad is bad. Bad is black ink. I don't want any black ink. It's bad. But we have a guy who's like, can everybody just get down on the fact that Donald Trump isn't a very moral, upstanding man? Yet you have people in MAGA that are putting Trump on pictures that make him look like Jesus. I think we are worse. Here's why I think we are worse. Why do I get your morals from ancient Jewish wizards? Because the majority of the world follows the same Big Ten. I don't think if you break down the 10 Commandments, I think do not be unfaithful to your spouse. Do not take things that don't belong to you. Do not kill with malice in your heart. Do not say false things about other people. I think those 4 things are kind of universal. Yeah, do they though? Yes, they do. All the Abrahamic religions, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, all have the Old Testament and the 10 Commandments in the core of their doctrine. Do not take life. Do not take possessions. Do not be unfaithful to your spouse. Don't lie. Nope, it's not do not worship any other god. It is not do not worship any other god. Thou shalt worship no gods before me. The commandment is very specifically written. It's all philo-Semitic with similar end-time prophecies. Right, that when the first religion of the world spawned the other 2 largest religions of the world, yeah, that's going to tend to happen. Why is it called Judeo-Christian? Because you can't be a Christian without following the Old Testament. When there is a conflict between the Old Testament and the words of Jesus, Christians follow the words of Jesus. Jews don't follow. Yeah, Jesus was a Jewish rabbi, no shit. That's why Jews refer to Jesus as a radical rabbi, and Christians follow his teachings above the contradictions in the Old Testament, but Jews do not. That is why you're like, why do we follow the words of ancient wizards? Well, because That's the foundation of your religion. Why do some people follow a modified version of the Ten Commandments? Because they read a lower level version, a lower transcribed version. We were pagans before, though. Okay, let me help you out with something. Okay, I don't really need you to teach me the religions of the world. Okay, you're walking around with shit. Not everybody was pagan. Okay, I don't need you to tell me what pagans were or what pagans weren't. If you can't identify the other mark on my arm, I don't want to hear from you about paganism. Okay, to put you square on the fucking center stage, I don't need you to teach me about paganism. You didn't ask me a fucking thing about my religious background. I don't need you to tell me the history of the world. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't. Isn't Hindu the oldest religion? Depends on if everybody can agree on one fucking calendar. If everybody gets down and agrees to the same fucking calendar, then no. They developed pretty much in parallel. But it depends on if you agree with Pangea or not. The problem is if everybody started off in one place, right? Then how did a group of people get past where the birthplace of religion came? Pagan religions were first. Paganism, yes. Pagan religion, again, depends on what are you calling a pagan religion. Yes, I have read Animal Farm. I have read all of Orwell's writings. The problem is, are the cultures and traditions of a group of people automatically a religion? Not all pagans that we called pagans were pagans. Pagan is a slur. Well, no, paganism is not anything not Abrahamic. So that's incorrect as well. To members of Abrahamic religions, everything not Yahweh, Jesus, Allah is paganism. But among pagans look to the left and look to the right and they say, what the fuck? Followers of Hinduism don't call themselves pagan. They don't identify with pagan. Damn. Humans are not capable of living in peace when there was literally only 4 people. Cain killed Abel. But then where did Cain's wife come from? You got to remember, the creation story is a story. It's not reality. It is literally impossible for the story of Adam and Eve to be legitimate. Within 6 generations, we would all be inbred. When the core of your genetic material is 2 people, you can't have healthy generations go down the line. So there were other people. It's a great story. Remember, it's a story. Some people believe it to their core as if that was it. But then literally, where did Cain's wife come from? We got to be careful with throwing out terms that fit our narrative instead of the way everybody else looks at it. The Romans got to England and they called the people that there pagans. They called the individuals living there pagans simply because they didn't believe in the same God. If you don't believe it, then it's heretical. Yeah, that unfortunately is a big part of the problem. If you don't believe what I believe, then you're the heretic. Nobody has ever confirmed any higher power exists. You're correct. But nobody disagrees that there was a Okay, if you take the man and you take the deity, none of the three major religions dispute the existence of Jesus. Everybody agrees with the existence of Jesus as a man. The Jews say he was a rabbi. The Muslims say he was a prophet. The Catholics and the Christians say he's God made flesh. Is it true that Jesus performed miracles? I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know if Jesus turned water into wine. I don't know. The interesting part about it is it doesn't matter. Does Jesus' existence matter? Yeah, his existence matters. In fact, it bothers a lot of people, but his name wasn't even Jesus. And people will be like, yeah, his name wasn't Jesus. His name was Joshua. His name couldn't have been Jesus or Joshua because there's no fucking J in Aramaic. His name was Yeshua. How can anyone even know that for sure? Know what? That, yeah, Yeshua ben Yosef. Jesus, Joshua, son of Joseph. Now, somebody asked me a question about Animal Farm. Where did it go? Hold on. That's the wrong page. Would it be a fair assessment to call the psychological chaos followed by the truth manipulation, which is created by the leadership in the book, a similarity to what's happening in many places of the world today? I mean, with the leadership sometimes providing slightly or completely incorrect statements during political chaos to confuse people on where the causes of these problems actually locate. Yes. What you're doing is, unfortunately, I think you are definitely talking about an Orwellian concept. I think you're closer to what happened in 1984, where they talk about we're at war with Eurasia, and now we're at war with Europa, and going back and forth. We've always been at war with them. We've never been at war with them. What you get is, and don't be offended, people. I'm going to offend some of you, and I'm not intending to. I'm trying to give you the insight. Some of you only read CNN. Some of you only read Fox. Some of you only read MSNBC. And some of you get really offended that I read Al Jazeera. I read Al Jazeera because they don't need to make shit up about us. We do enough ludicrous shit of our own every single day that they just have to tell the truth about us. We, as Americans, collectively are fucking dumb. America reads at the 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level or less. But I run into people every single day who tell me they understand the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence better than I do. And then I say to people, well, really, do you have your master's in political science? No. You have your doctorate in political science? No. Do you have a bachelor's in political science? No. Hold up. Why would you ever feel you know the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence better than me? Well, I just do. I just do. Look, college isn't this... people have created this theory called arguing from authority. They've created a logical fallacy called arguing from authority. They've created that in order to justify why you shouldn't listen to educated people. The question becomes, appreciate the follows. How do you believe you know the Constitution better than somebody who went to a 4-year program to learn the Constitution? How do you believe you know the Constitution better than somebody who had to familiarize themselves with 17th century, 18th century language to understand that if you don't speak 17th and 18th century English, you can't understand what the Constitution is saying. It's actually 16th and 17th. 18th if we follow through the amendments. The right of the people peaceably to assemble. Peaceably does not mean without violence. Peaceably, in the amendment, the right of the people peaceably to assemble does not mean without violence. It means in accordance with the law. And do I really believe that? Yes, I do. Here's why. Here's why I believe that. Because I have in my own lifetime had to argue the First Amendment to people, and they say the cops made us leave. We were peaceably assembling. There was no violence. And I said, right, but did you have a permit to be there? No. That's why they made you leave. They said that violates my First Amendment right. No, it doesn't. Because peaceably to assemble does not mean without violence. It means in accordance with the law. That's why they used to be called peace officers. Officers of the peace. Justice of the peace. Justice of the law. Officer of the law. When the Constitution was written, this doesn't mean without violence. That word means legally. It literally means legally. The right of the people legally to assemble. You know the Constitution was only meant for whites. Yes. Imagine that. It literally had in the Constitution that black people were 3/5 of a person. Also, ironically enough, we passed the 19th Amendment giving women the right to vote. But women nowhere in the Constitution were denied the right to vote. Women got the right to vote after women got the right to vote after freed black slaves did. No. They didn't. White women always had the right to vote. It was never denied them in the Constitution. We just had to write an amendment about it because the states, through the 10th Amendment, were limiting women's rights to vote, which the states were allowed to do by the way the Constitution is written. This is why all the violent ICE protesters should have been arrested, but the law ignored them. As a result, few were guilty. Well, that's a great talking point, but here's the problem. ICE can only arrest you for ICE can only arrest an American citizen for a very limited number of infractions. Unfortunately, ICE, and I'm sure this is going to get rewritten now, but ICE can only operate. Yeah, the police didn't do their job. That's exactly the problem. ICE should go into an area. ICE should go into an area, and they are supposed to be supported by local law enforcement, meaning if people start rushing ICE, the local police are supposed to arrest them. ICE is supposed to arrest whoever they're there for. But if all of these cities would not be sanctuary cities, what I don't get is people are protesting against the deportation of illegal immigrants, which hurt their neighborhoods, which hurt their funding. States' rights. I agree with states' rights. But did you know that if I was president, Governor Pritzker, Governor Walz, and Governor Newsom would have all been arrested? They all would have been arrested for treason. Because states' rights, absolutely. What belongs to the state shall belong to the state, and what belongs to the federal government shall belong to the federal government. That is how our Constitution is written. States have zero authority on policing immigration. How are you different from the fugitive slave Fed crackdown? Okay, I know this is going to be hard for you to understand, but you haven't asked me a single thing up until now. But what you failed to realize is I might think a law is morally reprehensible, and I privately might be working to change people's minds about that law. But because I am a good citizen, I follow the laws of my nation even when I don't agree with them. What I do is, as an activist, work to get laws changed. The reason why it is different is zero. I don't endorse slavery. If I had been alive, kicking it with Washington and Madison and Ben Boy, who sired 80 children in France, sounds spineless. It's called civil disobedience. No, it sounds like my version of civil disobedience is working towards changing the law. You would have turned in the slaves. No, I wouldn't have. Not required to. I'm not required to turn in the slaves. I'm not required to help them. I'm not required to send them back. Not required to do that. I'm just a free person. I wouldn't have chosen employment. I wouldn't have taken employment rounding up slaves. No, it didn't. The Fugitive Slave Act never required private citizens to turn in slaves. No, the fuck it didn't. No, it didn't. It required them to not aid and abet the slaves. See, the problem that you have is that you're going to argue with a historian about what something did or did not do, and I'm going to destroy your narrative. No, it's not semantics. See, oh, you notice, guys, he immediately went to semantics. It compelled federal marshals. It compelled local authorities to do that. What it did was exactly what I said. It punished people who aided and abetted slaves because they broke the law. But you're saying that a slave comes to my door, I shut the door, I don't let the slave in. You say I'm just as wrong as the person who comes and collects the slave. Well, then everybody dies. Then everybody dies. See, the problem is you're assuming that I have to do something that's against the law, but it's the law. Well, what about all the people who work to change the law? Did you know Abraham Lincoln actually said if he could save the Union by freeing 0 slaves, he would do that? How about Anne Frank? I wouldn't have put Anne Frank up in my attic, no. I would have put Anne Frank up in my attic. Why? Because I would have recognized the futility of it. The problem is, I know the Civil War era. Well, first of all, don't call me comrade because I'm not Russian. Second of all, sounds spineless. Sounds like you're a woke gay Marxist, which is interesting to me. I do stand for lots of things. I do stand for lots of things. I stand for all those things in the yellow column. You're a woke gay Marxist. That's interesting because in some Marxist societies, being gay would get you killed. In some Marxist societies, being woke would get you killed. So, I wasn't going to say almost all of them. I figured they'd do their research. I really don't take too much credibility from a person whose entire identity online is a combination. Oh yes, because the West has always been so kind to us. Dude, the West, you being killed in a Marxist society has nothing to do with the West. It has to do with you being woke and a Marxist, and you being gay and a Marxist. I hate to tell you that. Go look through all of Marxism. You would be labeled what? A pervert? An undesirable? A degenerate? And you would be killed. Gay bashing in the West, good. A pederast, yeah. Who's gay bashing? What is this? Are you illiterate? Did you say what do I stand for? What does my yellow column say as far as LGBTQ views. Stop caring about relationships as long as both partners are one, of the age of consent, and two, consenting. I don't give a fuck who you diddle. As long as they're of the age to be diddled, and they say you can diddle them. Fuck whoever you want. I don't care. Now, see how easy that is? All you had to do is ask me what my view was. There's my view. It's on the fucking slide. It's not like I wrote it up there today. You can go through most of my slides and you can find this exact thing. It's been up there for a long time. In the USSR, being gay was considered a psychiatric disorder and a criminal liability. Yep. But then again, the USSR wasn't exactly Marxist. You realize how the new left united social issues with economic issues. Okay, all I'm going to say is this. I've asked you once not to call me comrade. You call me comrade a third time, I'm just going to take away your ability to speak here. It's just that simple. I asked you once politely not to do it. Now I'm telling you a second time, don't do it. So much for the tolerant center. What tolerant? I asked you not to call me something. So much for being woke. I thought that your perspective was we respect people and what they do and do not want to be called. My blood pressure is just fine. You're a scumbag. Okay, good. Self-identified scumbag gets banned. See how easy that is? Awesome that someone with a 60 IQ can nullify my vote. I'm confused. Sorry I didn't get to you a little bit sooner, but you said this. Who nullified your vote with a 60 IQ? I wanted to jump on this one, but I had to deal with the other one. Who with a 60 IQ nullified your vote? Because most of the founding fathers would have had well above 60 IQs. I think the people, if anybody ever says the uneducated founding fathers, you really need to understand that most of the founding fathers were right of center on intelligence. Several of them graduated college, went to college, taught at college. I'm talking about modern voters. Okay. Well, first of all, then, if you're going to throw out a number, throw out a reasonable number. People with 60 IQ don't nullify your vote. Your vote counts for one vote in some elections. Their vote counts for one vote in some elections. Their vote didn't nullify your vote. You just aren't giving equal weight to their vote. Kansas is one of the 5 states to prohibit trans people from changing their gender marker on their licenses, but is the first to pass a law that retroactively cancels licenses that were already changed. The law also invalidated birth certificates for those who updated their gender markers. I'm going to stop with something real quick, okay? I am all for putting gender on driver's licenses, but I don't believe gender is on what's on driver's licenses. I believe it's sex. I'm going to check my driver's license real quick. I don't believe gender is on the driver's license. I believe sex is. Yes, it's not gender, it's sex. You have to put the correct sex on all government IDs. Now, unfortunately, gender and sex are not interchangeable. And I'm sorry that sometimes I offend transgender individuals. Your title is transgender. A component of your acronym is intersex. Intersex is a biological condition. Gender is a social construct. Pink is for girls and blue is for boys is because society has made a gender construct. I don't give a fuck what color kids wear. I don't. I don't give a shit. I do advise boys, if you wear pink, you're probably going to get made fun of. Sex is biological. My sex is male. My gender and identify as a female, and I can recognize that. Correct. If I pull blood from you, I don't need to hear what gender you are because I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck what your gender is. I give a fuck what your DNA is. Why? It's also just helpful. Yes, it's very helpful for a medical professional to know. Absolutely. Absolutely. I also believe there's a lawsuit against the gynecologist that won't treat a transgender individual. Gynecologist says, I won't treat a transgender individual who went from a male to a female because I have no idea how their specific genitalia reconstruction worked. I don't want to learn. I'm near the end of my career. I just don't want them as a patient. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with a gynecologist saying, I don't want to learn how to do that. If you mass import millions of people from low IQ, okay, I'm gonna stop you for a second. You keep using IQ, which is showing you have a low IQ. Because anybody with a high IQ and a high education would know that the IQ test is completely flawed. Your low IQ, I know people with massively high IQs that are socially inept. I know people from AFIT whose IQs are way the fuck up there, who can design fucking hypersonic rocket engines, but they literally can't talk. They can't talk to people. I had to have my female lieutenant leave the room because the male scientist that was trying to talk to me about fuel could not function with a member of a female sex in the room. IQ, if you say stuff like you import millions of people from low IQ third world countries, I'm going to mock you for being either a bigot or uneducated. Third world country only aligns. There's no correlation between median country IQs and the standard of civilization. There's actually not. No. Did you know that American teenagers in this country have low IQ scores depending on which IQ test is given to them? Because one of the things they don't know is what a rotary phone is. One of the things they don't know is what a typewriter is, and that's on the modern IQ test. Why would a kid know what a typewriter is? They call it a keyboard in the fill in the blank section. It's a typewriter, but they put keyboard because they don't know what a typewriter is. Why are we marking that question wrong? Why are we marking that question incorrect? Why are we marking that they don't know? Phonograph is another one. They don't pick up on the word phonograph on the multiple choice section because they see phone and it doesn't look like any phone they've ever had. So when they're taught how to take tests, the multiple choice question is phonograph. They line almost universally, they line through phonograph because they know it's not a phone. But that's not what phonograph means. IQ doesn't have a bearing on your standard of civilization because the United States has people that can't. 54% of Americans can't read above 6th grade level. 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. How do we have 46% of the country having high school diplomas, and we have more than that, but we have 46% of the country having high school diplomas. We have more than 46% of the country having college degrees, yet 54% reads at below the 6th grade level. 20% of America is illiterate. 20% of America is functionally illiterate. They have functional literacy. They can read basic stuff. So when you turn around and you say some fool ass shit to me like we're importing, first of all, we're not importing anybody. We're allowing people to come to America, which I'm against. Okay, I'm against. But we're not importing poor people. You have 4 degrees, roughly a 136 IQ, but your reading sucks. There you go. There is the problem. The problem is you can have a high IQ. IQ is a measurement of how bright someone is. It's not about how educated they are, but the process. IQ, ultimately boils down to the teachability of a person. Ultimately, it boils down to how teachable is that person. Yeah, IQ is the ability to learn. This is the start of what I was working on before my nerve injury. In modern America, where free public education extends through the 12th grade, literacy outcomes remain troubling. According to the National Center for Education Statistics Program for International Assessment of Adult Competencies, that's a fucking long goddamn agency, 28% of U.S. adults score at or below level 1 in literacy. The Policy Circle reports 54% of Americans read below the equivalent of 6th grade level, and nearly 1 in 5 read below a 3rd grade level. Tens of millions of Americans lack the literacy skills to be fully engaged as informed citizens. But we wonder why people don't see the erosion of civil liberties. When you start saying shit like, we're importing low IQ people, we have low IQ people. It's Russia who imports people since they pay government for X amount of people and then get them for a time. I don't know if that's true or not. But someone who isn't teachable could still learn as much as someone else, right? No, they can't. Someone who isn't teachable struggles to learn. They can recite facts. There's an awful lot of people out there that are really good at reciting. You can become teachable to a level. So you believe race has no factor on IQ. Race has no factor on IQ. Race has zero impact on IQ. Environment impacts IQ. Developmental disabilities impacts IQ. But race, we're all humans. There is only one race. There's only the human race. White people and black people and Asian people and Middle Eastern people, they're all humans. If you take them out of their environment and put them in a highly nurturing, parents impact your IQ, absolutely. And that's true. That's true. But that's your nurture. See, the nature versus nurture, white people aren't predisposed to being smarter. White people are no more or less likely to be smart. White people are more likely to be in an environment that fosters education. My kids are required to read every single day. Do you have homework? No, read. IQ isn't physical. No, IQ is mental. More two-parent households. Yeah, there's something to be said about two-parent households. Not to turn it into a racial thing, but statistically speaking, you are more likely to have both parents in your household if you're white than if you're black. Well, what does that mean? Well, if you have both parents around, it means you're going to get two different perspectives. It's going to be that you're going to have two types of conversations. You're going to learn how to engage with two different people. My kid, my oldest kid, had about nine parents. When you boil down to what a parent is, my oldest had about 9 parents, because I had a really, really good group of friends that were always around my kids. My friend, I won't use her name because she has popped in here before. Her daughter had about 6 parents because she was working, like the mom and the dad. She was working, the dad was working. It was very common for me to get a phone call, be like, hey, can you come pick up the baby? Yeah, I'll be right there. Ring the doorbell. There's the mom. Be like, oh, don't worry about it, Jalon. I'm home now. I'll watch my granddaughter. Are you sure? I don't want to get in any trouble because I was told to pick up the baby. Oh yeah, it's okay. I got off work early. Oh, okay. That's good for a kid. My kid knew English, Spanish, Latin, in Polish growing up. Why I think Asians have some of the smarter kids, very low divorce rates. Well, Asians, right? Asians, I'm going to use Japanese, not Asians, because I can't speak intelligently on Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, a little bit on Korea, but not much. In Japan, they make school a central part of their lives. The kids aren't in school for like 6.5 hours a day. The kids are at the school 10, 11, 12 hours a day. They're not in class all that time, but they're there. Nobody fucks with the kids as they walk to school. Nobody fucks with them when they walk home. Because they've made education a central point to their culture. I think it's Carlos Mencia tells this joke. I steal his jokes because he steals everybody else's. Look at the difference between an American family and an Asian family. American family, first day of school, got the little chalkboard, taking the picture of the kid, telling the kid, go to school, have fun, make friends. Japanese household. Today is the start of 6th grade. If you get even 1B, I kill you. Well, holy fuck, man. I wonder why. One culture is telling their kids to go to school, have fun, make friends. They're talking about the socialization part. The other one was, you better fucking get good grades. Yeah, you're Asian, not Bijan. My father told me, your job, I tell my kids the same thing. Your job around here, my dad told me, your job around here is to go to school, fetch good grades, learn something so you can grow up and be ready to take care of the family. So I went to school, I fetched good grades, I learned some stuff. I tell my kids, because my kids are mouthy. I encourage my daughters to speak their mind. My daughters are mouthy. I tell them, the last one's a teenager now, so I don't feel bad. Your job is to go to school, sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, let the person with the degree talk, learn some shit, come home, teach me what you learned in school that day, and then I'll make corrections along the way. Your job is to fetch me A's and fetch a good education. That's your fucking job. That's the arrangement. That's the deal. I put food on your plate at night because you went to school today. I put clothes on your back because you picked up your room. That's your job. Your job is, you're in the tutorial. Being a gamer helps. My 13-year-old is still in the tutorial. I don't want my kid to get to fucking, 26 years old to be like, why didn't somebody tell me that C brings up the character sheet? Why didn't somebody tell me that P brings up the specialization menu? And trust me, all of you gamers, you've all fucking been there. You've all been there and you've been playing a game for 6 months, a year, 2 years, and someone tells you about a menu you didn't know about. You all fucking have been there. I tell my kids, I'm going to teach you everything I know. I'm going to teach my kids everything I know. Right? Yeah, you're at the end game boss. Why didn't nobody tell me we could respec talents? Right? My job is to teach my kids everything I know. Now, my eldest daughter makes more money than me. My middle daughter, she doesn't mind that I use her as a talking point because she doesn't want anybody else to go through this. My middle daughter fucked up her life so bad, okay? So bad. She was too embarrassed to come home and tell dad she needed help. My middle daughter moved in with friends of ours that were 15, 20 minutes away from here. She was so embarrassed, she had pissed away every opportunity she'd ever had. She was too embarrassed to come home. She ended up becoming a stripper. Is what it is. She was 20 years old. She had a miscarriage. She was talking to her mom. Her mom and her kept talking. She stopped talking to me. Her mom and her were talking. And she says, I really want dad, but I know he's disappointed in me. My wife was like, your dad's not disappointed in you. And she's going on and on. And I finally just said, give me her fucking phone number. Because she had gotten several new phones. I said, Dad is forever. You are my daughter. I will always love you. Hit send. Within a month, she was out visiting. She came in, she told me how life was. She'd become a stripper. She was really embarrassed about the fact she'd been a stripper. And she's like looking at the floor. I was like, look, I don't judge you for becoming a stripper. You did what you had to do to survive. You could have called me. I would have taken care of you. But you did what you had to do to survive, so I'm proud of you. My daughter started crying on the couch because she said, you're proud that I became a stripper? And I said, no, I'm proud that you did what you needed to do to survive. So then my other daughter starts acting a fucking clown, right? Moves out, doesn't want to come home, doesn't want my help. And my middle child said, all you have to do to get Dad's help is ask for Dad's help. I don't want to ask him for help. She said, well, you have no problem with knowing full well Dad pays your rent. He pays your car insurance. He pays your phone bill. He's already paying all these bills for you. And you know he's doing that, but you don't want to ask him for help? So now my daughter asked me for help. Part of being a dad, part of being a parent is you got to let him fall. You got to let him get the skin knees. You got to let him get the elbows. You hope that they don't crack their head off the fucking pavement, but you got to let that happen too, right? I know it sounds bad. You don't want anything bad to happen to your kids, but you buy them the fucking helmet and they never want to put the helmet on. Well, then when they fall off the bike and they hit their head, oh, my head hurts. I don't want to fucking hear it. I will take you to the hospital. I will get the x-ray. I will get the MRI. I will get the whatever. But the one thing I will not do is I don't want to fucking hear about it. Because I fucking gave you a helmet, dumbass. The fucking point of the helmet was to stop this, and you didn't trust the helmet. You didn't trust the fucking process. Then driving the kid, and the kid's all holding the ice pack, and I said, you better hope that you didn't permanently damage your head. Why? Because you're going to be licking the windows and wearing a helmet for the rest of your life. Sometimes it works. Sometimes the kids stop riding their bike and they just start walking everywhere. It works either way. Your parents always told me home is home base. You can always get a bed here. Just come home if you need it for a while. We won't ask any questions until you're ready to speak. My kids know that. My kids know you'll never be homeless. You'll never be hungry. Your life won't be comfortable, but you'll never be homeless. You'll never be hungry. My daughter was pregnant. God, this is about 3 years ago. My daughter was pregnant. She was out with her boyfriend. He wasn't the husband yet. Out with her boyfriend. The boyfriend did something. She's in the parking lot. She called me. She's crying. She's like, I have nowhere to go. Do you have a car? Yeah. Well, then tomorrow morning, get in the car and drive here. But I have the dog. Cool. I have a backyard. All these excuses about why she can't leave. 20 minutes on the phone. Every excuse in the world about why she can't leave. Then what you crying for? You know you have a place to go. You know you have a place you'll be fed. You know you won't be homeless. You won't be cold. You'll be taken care of. But I'm pregnant. And what? And what exactly? You're pregnant. And fucking what? You're 20 years old. Takes 2 seconds to put you back on my TRICARE. Let's see. First Amendment we covered. Iran executed a Swedish citizen. Saudi Arabia has intercepted 5 drones fired into its eastern province. 4 injured in Rahad as missile shrapnel hits residential building. Qatar says Iranian missile attack has caused damage at a gas facility. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, U.S. intel chief says Iran was not rebuilding enrichment prior to the war. Tulsi Gabbard, director of U.S. National Intelligence, said the U.S. intelligence community had assessed that Iran was not rebuilding its nuclear enrichment capability following U.S. and Israel attacks last year. So we bombed a country We bombed a country for enriching uranium that wasn't even enriching uranium. Because remember, they have 60% enriched uranium. They can make a bomb out of that. But in order to make a good bomb, they need 90%. Excuse me. As a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There have been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Hmm. So, Gabbard did not read that portion of her testimony which was provided to members of the committee during her publicly testified oral testimony. When passed on why she omitted the portions, she said she did not have enough time. You chose to omit the parts that contradict Trump. Trump has repeatedly said, the 2025 attacks, which came at the end of a 12-day war, had obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. Even he warned that Iran's alleged nuclear ambitions presented an immediate threat. So, hold on a second. We blew up their enrichment capability. We know that they have 60% enriched uranium. Now, I know what a lot of people are going to say. Well, if you only need up to 20% enriched uranium, and they don't even have the technology to need that much. But let's say, why would they enrich 40% past what you need for the best reactors? Well, if they suddenly agreed to give up all of their kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, would we build them nuclear power facilities? Well, 1% is enough for a dirty bomb. 60% really isn't enough for a dirty bomb. They could have built them themselves with 5%. No, they can't, Crab. For all the hate you do on Iran all the time, you failed to mention we keep blowing up anything they build that's a nuclear reactor. We blow their nuclear reactors up. So no, they couldn't have built them. Because every fucking time they do, we blow them up. Even though a nuclear reactor doesn't further enrich the product. When was the last time Iran attacked a country unprovoked? Great question. When was the last time the military of Iran attacked a country unprovoked? Or when was the last time a state-sponsored Iranian terror group attacked a country? See, that's where we get into the problem. Iran itself hasn't been attacking anybody unprovoked. But their state-sponsored terrorists do. And that's where I think we forget. We're not talking about, it's a perpetual holy war for them. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Israel through Hamas, Israel through Hezbollah, Israel through the Houthi rebels, parts of Iraq through their Shia militant groups. But I think people need, if you pay someone that you know is going to attack, if you pay someone that you know is going to attack someone with your money, does that mean you attack them? I don't know. It's a good question. That's a great question. I can't always control what people do with the technology I give them. Yeah, how many times has the U.S. Yeah, but here, Crab, that's exactly what we're doing. We are attacking Russia. We are giving Ukraine armament to win the war. We told Ukraine, we'll train your F-16 pilots. We slow rolled that shit as long as we could. Now they have functional F-16s, which means they can hit targets inside of Russia. We gave them Patriot missile batteries, so their cities would stop being bombed. Russia is bleeding people. Iran has attacked people then. You're right. They have. So is the US. How many freedom fighters has the US trained? Armed. I want to remind people, the US created Iraq. We gave Saddam Hussein his military. We helped him build up the fourth largest military in the world because he was supposed to take care of Iran for us. And then he said, well, you guys have kind of stopped building me up. I'm going to need more than this because of that. And then he was like, you know what? Nah, fuck it. I'll just keep my army and I'll be a dictator. Yeah. Iran hates us for very good reasons. Israel aside, the United States speaks on behalf of the countries we're in, and we shouldn't. We want the US to withdraw from the Middle East. Okay. Iran was a nation built by the US. No. Iran is not a nation built by the US. Iran is a theocracy because we allowed, we didn't temper Iran's westernization on a smart timeline. But we didn't install a dictatorship. We didn't install a Why do people keep saying we installed a dictator in Iran? The dictator, the Ayatollah, came about because of the revolution. Yeah, see, the problem is, okay, you're talking about the Shah of Iran? No, we didn't install the Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran was, he had been in power since 1941. We got involved in the 1953 coup, but so did Britain. I think that's a really important point. People say that we installed the Shah of Iran. He fled, and British intelligence services and the CIA ensured his return because we helped the elected government get overthrown. Yeah, we installed, we got to stop saying we installed the Shah. We didn't install the Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran was the Shah of Iran before he fled. We didn't install him. We helped get him back. He wasn't a monster. He was authoritarian. Okay, we got to be careful when we throw terms out. Because when we say, and this is why we can have a perfectly good debate on what's wrong with Iran, but we got to be careful because we use the words monster. Okay, well, I would say then that all 535 members of Congress and the president and his whole administration are all monsters because we have the largest GDP in the world. It takes 3 nations combined to overcome our GDP, yet 1 in 6 of our children live in poverty. I would make that out to be a pretty monstrous situation. 1 in 6 American children goes to bed hungry because they don't have enough to eat. But we're busy burning $1 billion to $2 billion a day in ordnance in the Middle East. Yeah, Iran had, under the Shah, had some monstrous institutions, but nearly every country has those in one way or another. Either way, previous guy tried to nationalize, and we know likey that. But here's the thing. Did you know we're starting to figure out that a nationalized oil system would produce better results for a cheaper price? A nationalized healthcare system would produce better results at a cheaper price. The healthcare system would take about 35 years to spin up because we have to get more doctors, build more hospitals, build more teaching schools. But in about 35 years, we could have healthcare for all, and it would be cheaper after it was established. It would be probably $2 or $3 trillion to nationalize healthcare. But once it's set up, if it's maintained, it would be cheaper in the long run. Oh, except you would be paying 10% more in taxes, so not really cheaper for the average person. We had a national oil company and a phone company, but we dismantled it because of monopoly. Well, we had regional phone companies. Well, we did at one point we had a national phone company and we dismantled it in order to have, because of the anti-monopoly. We never had a national oil company that I'm aware of. We had fewer oil companies that operated regionally and were functional monopolies. I don't think we ever had a national run oil company. We technically never had a national phone company either. We had a single phone company, Ma Bell, but they weren't national. They weren't run by the government. They were private. But yeah, we broke them up because of monopolies. And then we realized competition raises prices. People think competition drops prices. Competition raises prices. Because Rockefeller was oil, yeah. So if Hitler was alive, we wouldn't be able to call him a monster. Well, it would depend on which part of his timeline you're talking about. Was Hitler a monster when he rebuilt Germany? No, he was the leader of a labor party. Was Hitler a monster because he started a war? No, maybe, I don't know. We have to be really careful if we say you're a monster because you start a war. Otherwise, the United States is the biggest monster of them all. Was he a monster when he started killing Jews? Yeah, I think so. Was he a monster when he started killing Russians? Yeah, I think so. Is Canada monstrous because Canada is the reason why multiple war crimes are war crimes? Yeah. I think we got to be careful throwing shit around because Hitler went down a path of insanity, possibly due to having syphilis. But Hitler, his first thing was everybody punished the shit out of Germany to a point where they were never going to tolerate that. World War II exists solely because of the actions taken against Germany after World War I. You call somebody a monster, you better be careful that your hands aren't just as dirty. I don't know when I learned they even went into the hospitals to finish off the wounded. It cemented in my head monsters. Right. But those people are all dead now. So now what's our excuse? We killed the Ayatollah. We killed most of the ministers. We killed most of the leadership. What's our problem now? Oh, the problem is that they don't want to have peace. As a reminder, violence is an answer. to the right question. Okay? If violence isn't the answer, then you're not asking the right question. My daughters have all been taught. My nephews have all been taught. My grandchildren will all be taught. You never, ever, ever throw the first punch, because resorting to violence is an intellectual failure. If you throw the first punch, your enemy has already beaten you because they caused you to abandon logic and reason. But by God, motherfucker, if anybody ever swings on you, you better fucking throw the last punch. But if you throw the first punch, you better finish it? Well, no, because I always tell my kids, if you throw the first punch, your life is going to be miserable, because I train people to be logical and reasonable and rational and educated and enlightened. Don't come home and tell me you threw the first punch. If you're throwing your first punch, it better be because your friend is getting beaten up 2-on-1, so you grabbed one of them and pulled them off. Okay, now we're talking. If you don't throw the first punch, but you, by God, throw the last. Somebody hits you, you unload a nuclear fury on them, like Ender Wiggin, so they can never start another fight with you. The fight starts once they violate your space in a aggressive manner. Throw the first punch. Well, right. The problem with that is, if they violate your space and you throw a punch, you got goaded. You got goaded into throwing the first punch. The Jews were a scapegoat for the economy in Germany. Hitler blamed the Jews. Hitler blamed the Jews for basically the economic raping of Germany, the motherland. So that's why he killed them off. I don't know, man. It says something about a person's mental capacities when they declare the master race as a race that they don't even belong in. Little weird to me. Little strange. Little strange as we go. I feel you do the same thing as me, and that you constantly play devil's advocate to temper certainty and lead people to consider outside their perspective. I do the devil's advocate position a lot to get people to think, because one of the most important things I was ever taught as a military officer is that it's really, really easy to support your position if you never consider any alternatives. I was taught that the best way to promote your position is, here's the problem, here's your solution, here's another solution, here's why yours is better. So here's my solution, here's the good and the bad, here's another solution, here's the good and the bad. This is ultimately what makes my position better. Argue it that way. I also, as I tell people, what really bothers me, is people spend 1% of their time on the problem, so they spend 99% of the time on the solution, when you can't possibly understand the solution. I'm sorry, you can't possibly understand the problem. What you're doing in this scenario is, there's a solution you want to implement, so you're looking for a situation where your solution could be applied. I think that 51% of the time needs to be on problem identification, and no more than 49% of the time needs to be on the solution. I honestly believe this. I believe a lot of people want to solve things without understanding it. I have found in my life, it's solution by assumption. Yes. Absolutely. That is actually what it is called. I don't know if you know this. That is what it is called. It is solution by assumption. This is the problem, so let's go fix it. And then we fix it, and it didn't solve the problem. One of the teaching examples I use when I teach continuous process improvement The workday starts at 8 o'clock. And this workstation produces a piece, and then this workstation gets it, and then this workstation gets it, and then it goes to the shipping department. But everybody starts at 8 o'clock. And you walk in, and at 8:45, Station Y is still sitting around drinking coffee. And you're like, what the fuck, Station Y? And they're like, what? Like, you're always drinking coffee. I never see you working. Well, it takes an hour to run this piece. You only make 7 pieces a day. Yeah. Because only 7 get made and sent to me. Well, then Y needs to start work at 8:45, not 8 o'clock. They walk in just as the first piece is being finished and move to their station. And then they move. One of the really common things is we've got this idea of standardization. Well, back in the old days, the plant never shut down. If you're not familiar with understanding production back in the old days, they ran 3 shifts. The third shift ran slower, did a lot of defect work, did a lot of rebuild, but they still kept every station primed. So you would come in and you would go down to the floor at 6:45. 6:45 in the morning, you would start. And remember this bullshit that we have now in modern jobs, like sales jobs? You need to be at work 15 minutes early, and you don't know why. That's because in the old days, you got to work at 6:30. The workday started at 7, but you were paid from 6:30 to 7 because 6:30 you get to work, you get the pre-shift brief. 6:45 you go to your station, the other person is there. You're talking, be like, yeah, man, the machine's been heating up a little bit hot. Watch it today. There's been a problem with it. Maintenance didn't come by. You got to let them know that we're leaking water, whatever. You had individual changeover, and then at 6:50 you took over. Then the other guy went upstairs for out brief, where he would say to his shift supervisor, hey, man, I told you all night this machine is running hot. It's leaking water. Oh, fuck, man, I never got around to it. There was a lot more communication back in the day, but you were paid for it. That's the trick. You were paid for it. Well, what happened was those baby boomer leaders from factory manufacturing jobs were always used to you getting paid for an 8.5-hour day. Back in the manufacturing era, you got 2.5 hours of overtime a week. We paid you for the changeover. Well, then they brought in that bullshit. You need to be here 15 minutes early. I am all for both sides of this coin. If you're paying me from 9 to 5, don't get pissed off at me if I walk in the door at 8:57 and punch in. Because you're paying me at 9. At the same time, if you want to be promotable, get to work 15 minutes early and read whatever the changeover, read all the material, talk to your boss. I mean, the amount of fighting to get a stop sign placed where one was needed was a fight. I can't imagine fighting hard enough to get anything we have talked about fixed. That's because who benefits? Remember, you want to get a stop sign placed. Who benefits? Well, the traffic survey people benefit. Somewhere out there in your town, there is a policy or an ordinance or a rule or a regulation that says no new stop signs will be placed until we've conducted a traffic study. And who the fuck got that added? The people who conduct traffic studies. That's the difference. My last job, I had to be there an hour earlier and left an hour later, and I got fired for asking for a raise. Right. See, there's the problem. I, personally, although during some of my talking examples, I will take the role of the greedy corpo and I will say, why would I do that? I believe in profit sharing. I believe in profit sharing so much to the point that the woman who bought my bar, she laughed. She laughed at me. She said, you do realize, I bought your bar with your money. And I said, yeah, you did. I said, but at the same time, you made money. I like the Jared Leto Joker scene where it's the guy comes in, he's like, Mr. J, happy to be working with you, making you a lot of money, making me a lot of money. The problem is I'm not greedy. I was raised by a father with morals. I was raised in a union family. I hate unions because I think unions should be obsolete, because I think people should be taken care of. At the same time, I hate unions because people are using them for the wrong damn reason. Starbucks, we want guaranteed 40 hours and we want set schedules. Motherfucker, that's not how a coffee shop works. A coffee shop doesn't work on set manpower. I highly doubt you need the same amount of manpower in the coffee shop Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays between 10 and 11 and 2 and 4 as you need in other places. That's why some people get a 6-hour shift. Also realize, when you start yelling that you want to form a union, you're taking an awful lot of flexibility out of the management's hands. So you unionize, and now everybody has to have an 8-hour shift. Because that's what you said. You want set schedules, 8-hour shifts. Now the girl who walks across, and works a 4-hour shift can't get a job because she doesn't have 8 hours of availability. I'm Gen X, and I hold my staff accountable of working at their allotted time, not coming in through the door and taking a half hour to set up. We also have 15-minute prior to shift that only lasts 10, so no excuses. Yeah, I agree with you. I would say you're absolutely right, but when the CEO is making billions, I say, what's the harm? Well, here's the problem. The CEO makes billions because the CEO can negotiate that because you don't have the skill set to go be the CEO. I don't have the skill set to be a CEO. I have the skills necessary, but not the skill set. Why don't I have the skill set? It's the same reason why I struggle when I do take a contracting job, which I haven't taken now in about 9 months. My feet hurt too much. My hands hurt too much. But I go in and I don't sugarcoat it. I don't sugarcoat when I'm on a CPI contract. If I'm there to teach values or ethics or morals or whatever they want me to teach, I don't sugarcoat it. I call people lazy. I look at people. I'll give you a great one. If I'm teaching for a day, I say, we're taking a 10-minute break. Don't be late. 10 minutes later, I shut the door to the meeting room. You come in, you knock on the door. I walk up, I said, fuck off. I said, I told you not to be late. Go fuck yourself. Go tell your boss you're going to miss this block of instruction because you couldn't be asked to be back on time. Why would I do that? Makes me sound like a pretentious prick. No, it doesn't. To that person, it does. Go fuck off. Because you believe that what you have going to come out of your mouth is a reason. You believe you have a reason. What you have is an excuse. Here's your timeline. Here's the Sentinel event. Anything you tell me after the Sentinel event is an excuse. Anything you tell me beforehand is a reason. For example, I've been doing these seminars and I had a woman come up to me and say, is there any way that we can take like a little bit closer to a 20-minute break at right around 11 o'clock if we're going to go till noon? I say, well, why's that? And she's like, because I have, I said, oh, you have something you need to do? Yeah. Is it medical related that I don't need to know about? Or is it personal and you're wasting my time? It's medical. Okay. Yeah. You can take a 20-minute break. That's a reason. You told me ahead of time, hey, I have something I need to take care of on break that's going to take 20 minutes. What it was is she needed a pump. As a father of children, I get that. Totally cool. You were tagged to come to this training. You need a 20-minute break. So then what I say to people is, we're going to go without a break. We're going to double up on a session and we're going to take a longer break. I've had people tell me stuff like, I need to check my blood sugar. Cool. No problem. But if you tell me after you're late, now it's an excuse. And I don't care if it's the exact same thing. The point in time is, you didn't, yeah, the ADA exists for a reason. The Americans with Disabilities Act exists for a reason. Yeah, it's personal. Okay? Okay, well, if it's personal, and you don't want to tell me what it is, if it's not medical, but it's still personal, then I'm going to start the next session and you just come in late for that one time. Cool? Good. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. But people, like the guy earlier who wants to say, I have a medical reason and that's why I'm obese. No, what you have is a fucking excuse. Okay? You have a fucking excuse. People are like, well, the CEO of my company makes billions of dollars. Yeah, because the CEO of your company was chosen by the shareholders to make them money. Would I change this if I could? Yes, I absolutely would. The CEO is not there to take care of the staff. The CEO is not there to take care of the customers. The CEO is not there to take care of the third-party vendors. The CEO is there for one reason and one reason only. Maximize profit for the shareholders. That's it. As I said, I'm not a good fit to be a CEO. My temperament, my personality isn't great. You know what I'm a great fit for? I'm a great fit for being the vice president of GSD. Getting shit done. You own a company that's struggling? Call me up. We'll talk. Make me your VP of getting shit done. And we'll get some shit done. Disney should call my ass up and be like, that Josh D'Amaro should call my ass up and be like, hey Jay, I caught your show. I want to make you into the new VP of getting shit done. No union work for you then. Why? I love union people. I love unions. Unions are fucking amazing. I had union people work for me. They didn't like it, but they worked for me. The first time you throw in my face anything about the union, cool. If that's what the book says, that's what the book says. But then what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm gonna grab the fucking book. I'm gonna go home with the fucking book. I'm gonna read the shit out of your union book. And I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you with it. I was a young lieutenant. That shit happened to me. I told the guys, you have to have steel-toed boots on, you have to have your safety goggles on. They called a meeting, and they said, you're changing our work environment. I said, I'm changing your work environment? It's an industrial area, right? They said, yeah. I said, base policy is all union workers working in an industrial area must wear steel toes, right? Yeah. And we bought those steel toes for you, right? And I kind of went like this, and I kind of looked under the table, and I had a lot of fucking grown-ass men pulling their feet back underneath them, like I can't fucking see. I said, it seems a little odd to me that in every single one of your employee folders, we have a form that tells us what your boot size is. And for every single fucking swinging dick in the maintenance shop, I know I bought a pair of boots. I know I bought a pair of gloves, and I know I bought a pair of safety glasses. So how am I changing your work environment exactly? And they, no. So I said, okay, by the way, I'm going to be reading your handbook over the weekend. Monday morning. As a reminder to all the union guys, you may see the military people OFOing, because I had my military flight and formation and all the civilians standing over here. I said, for all the civilian people, you may see my military guys OFOing off if you're not ex-military. But as a reminder, your union contract states your break is at 9 o'clock. Your lunch is at noon. Your afternoon break is at 2:45. And I just dead ass looked the union steward in the eyes. And I looked at the union steward, I said, and we are going to do everything according to the union handbook, correct? He said, yeah. Well, those guys have pink sheets. Those guys have timetable logs. They can't take their break at 9 if they have to finish up a vehicle because they've been dragging their dick in the dirt, being slow about it. Then it's 9:20 and the guy's going, I said, whoa, where the fuck you going? Well, I didn't get to take my break. Go talk to the steward, because the steward just agreed this morning we're going to do everything by the book. Well, I didn't get my break. Go bitch at the union steward. That shit lasted for 2 days. Steward came to my office and he said, can we talk? I said, sure, come on in. Would you like a cold beverage? Have a Dr. Pepper. He said, I was wrong. Cool. He's like, can we go back to the way we were doing things? I said, steel-toed boots and eyeglasses on. Don't get anybody hurt. Don't commit any crimes. Don't get me in trouble. Get vehicles fixed. Get them on the ready line. He says, we can do that. Shook my hand. Never had another fucking problem. About 3 years later, I was the OPSO. Actually, I was the acting commander. My commander had T-boned his arm. Guy, his building was remodeled. I didn't remodel the fucking building. His building was remodeled by CE. And he no longer had an independent thermostat in his office. If any of the military guys are familiar, they'll all tell you. Usually once they remodel a building, the building is one fucking temperature. It's never that temperature, but it's one fucking temperature. And I'm sitting there, and he comes in, and the union president comes in, and the same fucking guy from a few years ago that I still had a great relationship, he was the steward, he came in, he said, it's all controlled by CE in another fucking building, there you go. He came in and he sat down, and the guy he's like, you changed my work environment, blah, 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 he starts going on, and the homeboy, Thaddeus, he says, hold on a second. He's like, I haven't had a chance to speak to the member with the complaint yet. He looked at me and he said, sir, would you mind stepping out so that I can have just a couple of minutes to talk to the individual with the complaint? I said, absolutely. I stepped out, went down the hall to another one of the offices I oversaw, grabbed a cup of coffee. About 15 minutes later, he came to the door. He's like, okay, sir, we're ready for you. He's like, we're withdrawing the complaint. Oh, perfect. Great. Awesome. Everybody have a good day. So the guy left. The union president said, can I stay for a minute to talk? Yeah, sure. Shut the door. The union steward said, I just happen to let them know that you're from a union family and you understand unions. And I'm willing to bet you already have a copy of this union agreement for this work site in your pocket. I just pulled out my clipboard. There's the agreement. And there's the 50 or 60 discrepancies that office had. Yep. I'm all for unions. I am all for unions. I am all about workers' rights. Please don't shove a fucking union agreement up my ass or down my throat when I can't control it. They remodeled the building. They took away your independent thermostat. What is it you need? What reasonable accommodation can I give you? We need a window-mounted air conditioner. I can't do it. It's a secured building. The windows don't open. I can't do it. But what I can do is I can get you one of those tall fan blowing things that can get down to 70 degrees. I can buy an office accommodation that'll make your office cooler if you're too hot. I can get you a space heater if your office is too cold. And I can make sure your outlet is pulled to a different circuit so you're not popping the circuit. I can do that because that's all Americans with Disabilities Act. I can do that. Just put in the fucking work request, but don't try to shove a fucking union agreement up my ass because I didn't do this to you. But if you want, and I respect your right to go right to the fucking meat puppet, but then I'm going to respond with, okay, this is the 60 deficiencies I find in your area according to the union handbook. And again, not to be a fucking cocksmith about it, but the union is there to protect the workers, not fucking lord over the management. But if you want to do that, we can play that game. Hey, motherfucker, it's only 15:55. Why are you in the parking lot with your jacket and your hat on? What business meeting are you going to? Oh, I'm just leaving early for the day. Here's your write-up. Because it don't matter, right? The workday don't end until 1600. The workday ending at 1600 doesn't mean you're in your car beating feet off the base at 1600. The workday ending at 1600 means 15:59 and 50 seconds. I better be standing in your doorway, and you better be putting the last fucking words. 1600 beep beep. Okay, that's fine. You left a mid-paragraph sentence. I can't fault you. But what'd the guy say to me? Oh, I get into work 10 minutes early so I can leave before the 1600 gate rush. Okay, but that's not what your contract says, is it? No. Okay. So you want to play fair, or you want to play according to the book? I had a guy came in 20 minutes early so that he could leave 10 minutes early. I said, why? He said, sir, have you been on this airplane patch after retreat plays? Said no. He's like, fucking traffic is a circus. So that's when all the military members can leave. I said, yeah, no shit, man. I'm off this base well before retreat. And he laughed. He's like, why? Because I'm not sitting in 25 minutes worth of traffic. I'm going to sit in 25 minutes worth of traffic to get from my building to the gate to then have 5 minutes home? Fuck that. That's why I come in at 5 in the morning, son. What are you doing? Run this shit from a cell phone after fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But I'm all for unions. I'm all for worker rights. That thing that kills me about the union agreement at Dover, oh, I know your union agreement. It states the civilian employees have to be at the door exiting the hangar at 15:30, but in the morning have to be in the shop at 0700. Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. You literally have to... What they're talking about is that you can be in the middle of something. If you worked for me and you said, hey, Captain, I'd be a fucking colonel by now. Yeah, they don't want anyone getting hurt off the clock, but shouldn't they be coming into the hangar? Yes, exactly. You have to be at your shop in the hangar at 0700, but you have to be out the door by 15:30, which means you should all be lined up at the hangar door at 0659, and 0700 is when you walk in. And they do it so that you don't get hurt off the clock. But the fucking bullshit piece is this, and you can tell me, because you'll realize I know AMU as well. It's 15:15. And if you had the ability to work until 15:45, you could be completely done in 30 more minutes. But because you must be out the door at 15:30, at 15:15 you have to stop. You have to collect all your tools, do a missing tool check, go to the tool crib, turn in the tools you borrowed, get your chits back, go to your locker, change, go home, and now that plane is down for another day, because tomorrow morning when you come in, you got to come in, you got to change into your coveralls, you have to go to the tool crib, you have to give them your chits, check out your tools, but now because you've allowed it to go across another day, you have to do a complete visual inspection of the work environment, which takes 30 minutes maybe, and then you have to log that on the work order that you're starting this again. It's going to take you 2 hours to do the 30 minutes of work that you could have just banged out the day before. Me, I would rather you say to me as I'm walking around at the end of the day, be like, hey, Cap, be like, what's up? Can I get a variance for 30 minutes? How about I give you a variance for 60 and you button it up real good and you finished by 16:15 and then you just knock off Crook an hour early tomorrow. Sounds good, Captain. Because then what that means is you're done. You file all the paperwork. And then tomorrow, you're not going to pull tools to work on this job. You're going to go to the management office, whoever does we called it a management analysis. They're going to give you your next work order. You're going to look at it. You're going to problem identify and pull the tools you need for that job. But we have become so fucking indoctrinated into non-flexibility. Well, we don't want the guys working over. So why? If he can be done in 30 minutes and then do a good clean and do a good documentation, that's what I want. So tomorrow morning, right off the bat, this is getting checked out by QA and either going back into service or I'm getting into your John Brown that you fuck something up. But we have become so indoctrinated into there only being one way. Like one fucking way. What else do we got on Iran? Oh, hold on. Why are people... Yeah, the group commander has to approve all overtime. As a flight commander, I was allowed to approve up to 8 hours of overtime and as much fucking comp time as was needed to get the mission done. Now, at where I was, your PD determined if you could ever even get overtime or comp time. So your PD is scheduled mission essential, so you can get overtime, but your PD says you can only get comp time. And the truth is, most of the guys would take comp time anyway. They would take it when it was least convenient for you, but okay. God forbid the motor started burning up heaters because of a single phasing motor on the process has to run at 200 per minute. What is the electrician's knowledge and schooling worth in an industrial situation? By the way, there are 3 to 4 plant supervisors standing over asking how long it's going to take to fix. Sounds like the position is pretty important. You had to know this was coming. Yeah, but you see, that's where I agree that leadership should be able to do the job. Good leadership can do the job of the person directly below them. For example, I was walking through the mechanic shop one day and I was getting beaten up by the air boss because we didn't have enough tow vehicles available. We were at MEL. And so I'm trying to explain to the air boss, at MEL means you can't yell at me. At MEL means you're at mission essential level. Is it convenient? No, but you're at the number you've told the general you need to do your job. And he was like, well, I'm not going to be talked to this way by a lieutenant. I said, well, would it help you to know that I was the tech sergeant on the general staff that would have interpreted this phone call anyway? So I know exactly what's gonna be told to the general because those are still my friends. I said, but let me go down to the shop floor and see what's going on. So I went down to the shop floor and we've got fucking tow vehicles all over the heavy building. And I see one of them, they've got schematics out in a multimeter. And I said to my superintendent, I said, let's go look at that one. And they're all fucking standing around scratching their ass and scratching their balls. And I pick up the schematics and one of the guys says, sir, you're not a mechanic. I said, you're right, I'm not a mechanic. I'm an electrical engineer and this looks like an electrical problem. I said, I don't need 8 of you standing here. I looked at my superintendent. I said, unless this is a teaching moment. He said, no, it's not a teaching moment. We just don't know what the fuck the problem is. So I said, okay, who's the best guy on this? You and me stay. Everybody else, go fix another one. Here. I got a little pencil out and I'm writing down numbers. I got the fucking manual out and I'm like looking at the fucking book and I'm like, okay. We got it fixed. Back on the line. My superintendent came to me, bought me a Dr. Pepper, which was funny because they were my Dr. Peppers, but he bought me a Dr. Pepper. He said, I've never seen a flight commander roll up their sleeves and get to work before. I said, I can't roll up my sleeves and work on most of these vehicles. I can't. I don't have the skill set. It's not my job. My job isn't to have the skill set to know how to fix the equipment. That's your job. You're my superintendent. I know how to do your job. I can do payroll. I can do A1 variances. I can do overtime requests. I can do parts ordering because that's my job. Your job is to know how to turn wrenches. The problem we have now is we believe a college degree with no practical experience is good for a leadership position. We shouldn't have college degrees with no knowledge being in the middle management leadership positions. What we need to understand is the electrician isn't worth more than the owner. The electrician is worth what the electrician is worth. The owner is worth what the owner is worth. That's why butter bars get no respect. They got no experience. Right. Butter bars get no respect because they have no experience. Yeah, if you've got something funny. But where butter bars get a lot of respect is when they're bootstrapped. Because then they're like, shit, you were an NCO and then you became a commissioned officer. Top U.S. intelligence official are facing tough questions about the Iran war and threats at home. I just want to know, can we zoom in enough? Oh, that's a bottle of water. I thought that guy was cracking the top off of a can. Who in the blue fuck? Who? Oh, fuck. So I always love me a good, I always love me a you want to see the story. Do you want to see this? I always love me these stories. Because there ain't nothing I like better than to see some military bullshit shenanigans. This looks bad enough as it is. Like this is bad. Like this is fucking real bad. But ain't nothing better than seeing this. Well, that whole side of the building is now a do not enter area. Someone's in trouble for not having a spotter. Oh, I noticed you don't have a picture of the other side of how much you got this picture, right? You got this picture where no fucking clearance right there. The other fucking side. No, I mean the other side of the vehicle. So how much room he had on the other side? Be like, dude, this is why you have a fucking spotter. Like, what the fuck? Oh, I know he had plenty because I can tell by the size of the roll-up door. And if I'm not mistaken, looking at this picture, it's pretty clear. I don't even have to be on site to see this, but based on the alignment right here, someone was turning before they were fully in past the threshold, weren't they? There was something parked in 30 feet in and they were caught. So yeah, look at that. You knew exactly where I was gonna go with that. Somebody had something parked in a stall wrong. The rule is you don't turn the vehicle until the back of the vehicle has crossed the threshold of the doors. And if you can't move it that way, you don't move it in. You're supposed to move the entire vehicle in through the doors before you ever turn. So I knew where this was going. How did I know where this was going? Because this looks like a catastrophe. This kind of is, but it's also known as a fucking Tuesday in the fucking VM shop. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. That's awesome. He did blow the wall on the electrical. But since nothing looks broke, CE would go ahead. Then someone will get shocked, and then CE will say, "What the fuck?" That's awesome. That's awesome. I think I have to close it here. Yeah, I do. I went really long today. I like going long. I love the show. I love what I do. I do need to cook. I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm way past my end of fast time. Although I feel pretty good today. I'm gonna go make my last HelloFresh meal. I canceled HelloFresh again, not because it's not great food, but because I hate being constricted to having to cook things on a certain day. As always, you guys are amazing. It is Wednesday. I am doing some video games tomorrow, unless my hands are still killing me. I will see you guys then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?